Wait, am I already live? How am I already live? Alright, guys, well, welcome. I did not even push the button. Hold up. That's so crazy. What's up, guys? I had no idea that I was already live. I mean, I was setting the stream up, but I thought oh my goodness, recording live. Alright, we're good to go. What's up, guys? Good morning. Well, another day, another drop. Let me turn these volumes down. Um, we're just floating lower, guys. Where's support? Where could we find some type of a bounce? Right, whether that's a little bounce to find a rejection to go lower. That's what I was doing right there, right? Because I went long. If you guys remember, I went to Florida, unfortunately for my grandfather's funeral, and I caught a very nice long off of this area on the S&Ps. Right now we're trading at 433.47 is what I have. So we're going to go through, get our levels going, right? All right, so S&Ps, is the screen good? Not really. Let me lower it in for you guys a little bit so you guys can fully see it. All right. This long right here, this day, I went long in the morning and I got a very good price on it. That was actually 1,000%. All right. That was a huge trade. Obviously a daily. All right. So we are right now 433.65. So 433.40-ish. We found a bit of support, right? Right here in this area. I want to say if we're bouncing for no, what is there to bounce from here? What's the low on the SPY pre-market right now? The low is 433.38. 433.38. 433.38. 433.38. Sorry. 433.38. 433.38. Okay. So practically pretty much out of the range that was put in on this 1,000% trade, which would be right here. This is a half-hour candle. All right, these are half-hour candles. There's a couple of things I want to go over today. Let's see here. What is the close there? 433.83. All right, so what I'm going to look for is to see if this 435.25 becomes a rejection point. Okay. Let me write this down. 435.23, and I already have a marker there. 420. Hold on, no, 435, 435, 23. I was saying 423. And then what I'll do is I'll start walking it up. Okay. So it's okay. 26,000. Moving averages. What do we have there? 428. You've already skipped past the 100-day moving average on the daily chart, right? You even just cleared the support level. You would think you would get a bounce at 428, but nope. Nope. Not today. So 429. Nope. We just skimmed right. This is an unreal type of move, guys. I mean, yes, guys, we closed yesterday. The S&Ps closed at 436. You're at 433. I mean, it doesn't seem big, but $3 is your average ATR. So last night we had a really good live stream last night. If you have not watched the video from last night, I would recommend watching that video for a few reasons. There's yield, marking out, the fact that the equity market has been rising with 2s and 10s, right? If you're not familiar, 2-year, 10-year yields, all right? Where was the point in the 10-year, more importantly? Because if you guys don't know, companies go off of the 10-year when they want to raise capital or they want to borrow capital. We were in an... Hold on, monkeypox. Okay. So... you had very low rates for a while, for quite some time. Now, if these mid-cap, large-cap, small-cap technology companies start running out of money, right, you got to think what is that going to do for them, especially with the consumer, being eaten up by inflation, by energy prices, credit card debt. All these things add up, and they spend less. There is disposable income is working its way down. So what happens when they don't sell items, right? They don't sell their goods or their services. You're going to start seeing issues in some of these companies trying to raise capital. They need to raise capital. They may not be able to get as much as they'd like to get. Maybe they have to start diluting shares and taking it from their equity. If they care about, it's not something they want to do, but you see it from AMC. Look what AMC just did, right? You can't be mad at them. As a CEO, you guys got to understand, the equity markets is a place for companies to come in and raise money, right? They raise money, and in part, they give you part ownership of that company, all right? So let's just go over these levels because there's a point on the 10-year that shows you when this all started to take place, right? This all started to take place right when we got past the 4% level on the 10s. So if I show you here, and we went over it last night, right? Let's go to the US 10-year, which has pulled back, fortunately. But now, what is the market doing? It's following yields down. So pay attention to this. And I want to get into Tesla. I want to get into NVIDIA. And they popped right back up. They popped right back up. So let's go to, this is a 1-hour chart. Okay. So if we do this, right, and then I add on the S&Ps, you guys are going to see what started to happen. Why is it like that? Come on, you got to be kidding me. Anyway, I did it better yesterday, so let's do this. Right? So it was right here, the S&Ps, the high in the S&Ps was July 23rd, right? That was 4.12%, right, on the 10-year, okay? I'm pretty sure it was. So US 10-year 2 is 10.6. All right, hopefully I'm right, but it was, you'll have to just use the 10-year and look at this area, this line here. Once we started breaking out, right, to a new high, you started to see the S&Ps actually start to revert, right? You started to see it revert from following yields to now, doing the opposite. So we need to see, where do we find some type of support, right? You can't just go down forever. You got to have some type of pullback. Stocks just don't go straight down. They just don't go straight up either. All right. So let me actually do this just in case. That is up there. All right. Let's go here. If you guys could, follow me on Twitter. Ivy League Trading, twitter.com. If you could, take the time now. If you appreciate the work that we do here, hit that like button. If you have not yet subscribed, hit the subscribe button. Subscribe. We do this every day, Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 4. And then we have our nightly watch list. We do this free 99. We give out a lot of education. We had a great lesson last night on the trade that we took on AMD yesterday. So it is greatly appreciated. It lets us know that you guys appreciate the work that we do here. We, as in me. There is no one else that does this. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. And I want to put out good quality educational stuff that you can actually use. Because if you don't know, people will charge you thousands upon tens of thousands of dollars to just go do what I do for you guys. Go over the lessons. I have videos that are coming. I was working on the editing software and everything. Just getting comfortable with everything. I've already posted one. I'll have another video out this weekend, and then I'm going to start pumping out these educational videos so you guys can start from the ground up and start building yourself some wealth, future, at least More importantly, I need you to understand and do it today. Worry about how much you're going to lose first. Don't even worry about trying to make money. Worry about how much you're going to lose, because if you get good at losing, you're going to be great at winning. All right? That's the only way you're going to succeed on here at this. You continue to lose 15, 20, 30%, and you're only making 5, 10, 15% on winners. You are not, it's only a matter of time before you go to zero, and it is game over. All right, so get good at this. You don't need an Ivy League education, but we try to give it to you here, obviously. You do not need, it's, this is the closest thing you could get to being a doctor and solving the issue that is at hand with the tools and the things that are in front of you, to be able to read the data in front of you and to make your decision, accordingly. All right. Tesla's just about in a bear market, if not already in a bear market. So let's get into it, guys. The S&Ps have found support there at 433.25. As you can see here on the 4-hour chart, which is what you want to use. Wait, where am I? All right, so I would not be surprised if we see a little bit more downside, but we should get a nice break. So you guys have to use different time frames, because you're going to see different things with candles closing on different time frames. It's about where you close, right? Look at this close right here. We open there, previous resistance, support. I'd have to take pre-market off, but you guys can see on a 4-hour chart, you could be looking at a 15-minute, half hour, this and that, and it just doesn't seem right. It just doesn't look right, doesn't seem right. But guess what? It's right there. So, and again, like I said, this is, and it's not going to be perfect, because we could just be starting to pull ourselves back up. It flushed it out. Let's see if we get somewhat of a bounce today. We'll see. It's going to be very hard to take the longs, guys. Don't just take a long just to be taking longs, all right? Especially if you're new at this. Because from what I'm seeing, it's not the time. This is not the time to get cute and try to just hop in front of it because you think it's going to bounce back. It's going to bounce back, and then it's just going to continue its way down. It's just going to find resistance, of course. And then, so if you don't know, price and time is what I try to stress, because you need to be able to measure your moves. You need to know, how far is a pullback? How far was the rally and then it pulls back? How much of that pullback has been taken? How much of that pullback retraced that rally? Did it retrace 50%? Because that 50, retracing and knowing the amount really tells you, and it's all on how, because you may not know this until you're told. It tells you if you get like a quarter of a percent pullback, right? 23 Fibonacci, 25%, right? And then you start finding buyers to go back. More than likely, that's profit taking all the way up. I'd say up to 38.2 fib to around 50%. You start getting past that 50%, right? That's selling. This is not profit taking anymore. This is not, we are long a position. We're still long for the future, right? We are taking profits because we are not comfortable with the valuations that we're at right now. Again, anytime the S&Ps have been over 20 times forward earnings, right? 20 times multiple forward earnings, you have had a 0% gain in a 5-year time. All right. So the forward PE is a price to earnings, right? What's the price of the stock compared to the earnings that the stock or ETF, brings in each quarter? So a 20 times multiple, 20 times forward PE is really high, right? And institutional money is that's not enticing to buy. So if money is leaving the S&P, where is it going? Well, we know it's obviously being bought in the 10-year, right? The 10-year is rising. But where does the point come where all that buying comes in? Because if you don't know, the more you buy of these yields, it's, bonds, it should start to, offset that yield, right? Because they bid, right? You have a lot of buyers. Usually it'll go to the, I don't know how, how they do it, but, you know, you start buying X amount at X price, the yields will start coming down, right? You don't have a buyer, they raise that interest rate to where to find buyers, right? That's what happens. Let's do it. All right. Support, resistance right here. Look what it did. It just made it resistance again. So, I mean, honestly, guys, I'm looking down here at 429.50. All right. I'm still looking to be short. All right. 433.05. All right, let's do it, guys. Like I said, I'm going to cover Tesla, Nvidia. We want to be on these stocks that are weak, right? We want to be on these stocks that are going to be weak. All right, so we will put this up there as one of our entries to look to get a bounce. I want to see if we can bounce back to 435 area and then see if we can get that short. Okay, previous support. right here to the left, previous support. I think in order for us, I'm going to tell you, like, and I think I didn't say this on the live, but so look, there we go, 23.6 fib. It's already broken through that. We got to go back to this double top. We never made this support. I'm still looking for 338 on the Qs. When we get there, I'm not sure. I would hope that we could get another bounce, right? We haven't made this whole area up here resistance at all. You haven't had no type of resistance. So I would love to be able to get like a 362. Remember, in this type of environment as well, you're going to have big down moves and big up moves, right? You're going to have these big reversals. Boom, boom, boom. All right? So, all right, let's see here. Let's go to daily chart. Let's get our moving averages. All right, let's get our moving averages, and then we will play the game that we play best. If you know anybody that wants to learn how to do this correctly, professionally, wants to learn how to make, this is one tool to help you get to where you want to be in life. All right, master it. If you have any, if what I'm getting at is, if you could take the time now, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. 435.26. So that when we get this opportunity, if I see opportunity, I don't hesitate to say, hey guys, this is what I'm doing. This, that, the third. 354. All right. And just be careful out there today, because I don't want anybody getting hurt, right? Man, where did I just have that level? I don't know. Fuck. So what did I say? I want to pull back to where? Do you guys remember where I said to look for a pullback? Right? I would love to get a pullback up here. There it is. All right, there it is. All right, so right here at 362. I want to try and get a pullback at 362, but I doubt I'll get it. Because first I got to look for 357, but I want to see us put in like a higher low. Right? 361, 362. That's a beautiful area to get a little bit of a a bounce back to bring some more people short. All right, so 362 is going to be a major level that I want to see if we can put a lower high in. Now, right now, I do not see where we're going to get a bounce, right? Nothing is telling me here that we should, bounce higher. Like, I mean, and I'm talking like continue to rally, all right? I think you're going to get a short-term bounce, which you're going to get right now, but can we break through yesterday's low, right? Can we break through yesterday's low? We need to see if we can put in a higher low here. I mean, we did it yesterday, but let's do it. Let's do it, guys. Oh, Jesus. They don't know what... Alright, so right here, guys, is where we're going to look for the cues if we're able to get a bounce. This is a 5-minute candle. Right? This is a 5-minute candle. So right now, I have that State Street song in my head. 360. Right? 360, 38 to 360, 75. Let me give you something better than that because, yeah, right there. I want to see if we can get a bounce back here. Because once you get a bounce back, you guys got to remember that we are going to get people that are short on this taking profits in case the short is over. All right? In case that short is over. You're going to get a ton of buying. You're going to get a ton of buying. You're going to have people wanting to take advantage. So so why am I doing this from yesterday? This is a double bottom intraday. Right? You have a double bottom here intraday on the Qs. Right? So this is where I want to look to the short side. So the Qs, I want to see if we can get a bounce back. Obviously, we got to break yesterday's previous low, the low of day for the Qs yesterday, right? Which is going to be there at 358.15. That's a wider level. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a dotted line so we know it's previous low and or previous day's close. It's about where we close, not where we open. And I think that area is going to be right there. I have it. Yeah. Boom. So we know. Boom, boom. And what we'll do is we'll also make it turquoise. I got to hurry up because the markets are going to be opening up here. So let's go on to like individual stocks. I just want to go over the 100-day moving average for the SPY and the Qs on the weekly chart. Longer term. The longer time frames that, you know, the big boys use. That's what they use. They're you know, they are long-term holders. They are long-term buyers. They, you know, they get paid to be long. So you want to look at those longer-term time frames because that's going to give them buy entry points, right? Where is the S&Ps when it starts getting down to that 18 times earnings? You know, the multiple. Where's 15 times earnings? Where's 16 times earnings? Because you're going to get buying in front of there. All right, so you'll have to look that stuff up. I don't know it offhand. I don't really care to look it up right now. But the weekly chart, right? We still have not made any of this area here like decent support. 322, right? None of this has been made support. If I pan it out for you guys, oh, this is the Q, so it may look a little different, right? But look at that gap fill that we hung out there. As you can see, it's been resistance. It was never support. It has been nothing but resistance. You have one little tail. Do you think that one little tail is going to hold up all that price action? You got to look at it like that's a lot of weight for that little one week tail. All right. 100-day moving average, right? 327 or 328, right? 328. And this is how this pullback is going to be how you get that weekly 50-day to rise up. And you rise up to get it above the 100-day. Once you do that, we have a nice bullish trend intact because you have the 50-day above the 100-day and the 200 or the 100 above the 200. And that's the way it should look, like you have back here, right? In a bull market, what do we have? 200-day, 100-day, 50-day, 20-day, 9 EMA, right? You have the 50-day down here with this. This is not what that's not a sustainable decent rally. So, and again on the Q or the SPY, you will really see it on the longer term time frame. You have zero support been made at this area, and that is your 50% retracement at 420, right? That is pretty much your gap fill. All right, that is your gap fill from the previous pivot high. All right, that's when CPI really came in, that August, July or so. Yep, August, thought so. All right, the S&Ps, I have a lot of levels here. I have way too many levels. Sometimes you got to make trading easy, guys. Don't overdo it. Like, look at all these levels I have. How ridiculous. What the heck is this? All right. Yesterday I noticed watching the live stream back. Did anybody see this? What do you guys see here? See, it's not really going to do it now. Look at this reverse head and shoulders. Look at that reverse head and shoulders. Boom, 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 and then. But you also, right there, I thought you hit the neckline. I don't know. It looked different on my whatchamacallit, right? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, right? All right. So anyway, let's go into Tesla and stuff and Nvidia real quick. Man, I had some errands to run this morning, so I do apologize for coming on a little late. 15-minute chart. We're on a 2-minute. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. All right. Let's go find out where it is that we want to be long and short. Right? If we get a rally, where do we think that this rally goes to? Shit. All right. 5-minute chart. This is yesterday's low, 435.75. What do? We're going to put in our... Come on. I'm sorry, guys. I want to hurry up because I want to get these levels done. Turquoise. Right? Yep, turquoise. So we know that that's the low. And then we have the close. So this is a nice area of... Let's see here. See that support resistance. It broke it. Let's see if we make 436.48 resistance. I need to make it at the close to see what we do. But I feel like that would be your wick high, right? I feel like that would be your wick high because, you know, this is just a candle that just took it right back, so it's flat. Are you going to make this 436.48, 436.50 resistance, right? You haven't made a resistance yet. You made it resistance. You turned it into support. You broke it, resistance, but it broke it, right? You broke through it, and then you pulled it back. You have not made it resistance yet, so I think we could get another touch of 436.50 would be one of my targets. Yesterday's, so 439 as well. We'll see if we can get up there. I'm going to get time on these. If I get calls and I start seeing the fact that we get some type of a bounce, I'm going to get time on these calls if I see it. I don't see it right now. I'm telling you that right now. I am still leaning short. I'm still leaning short in a big way, guys. So, yeah, you know what? I am just going to make it right here. That is a good area, actually, now that I look at it and see it from this time frame. 436.25, right? 436.25. We'll just move this line on down, okay? All right. If you guys have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. If any tickers you guys want to go over, hope you guys are having a good morning. What are you guys watching? And so on and so forth. So resistance already there. So downside on the S&Ps, guys. We're looking for this 38.2 Fibonacci right here at 429.45, 429.50. We could get there today. They might start doing it at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. They might do it at 12. Don't fall asleep at the wheel. All right? Don't fall asleep at the wheel. So, if you guys are new here, if you could hit that like button, it's greatly appreciated. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. It lets us know we're doing a good job. Yes. So, I'm sorry, guys. Let me write this level down. It's already, we have 10 minutes till the bell, guys. Low of day. I should already know that. Boom. We have this. So I will be watching this area. I'm going to make a line here. All right. I will be watching that area to see if we get a claim on it. this little green line is going to be an area that if we start reclaiming 423 or 434.25, I want to see if we turn it into support and start making a run into yesterday's low and into yesterday's close. Okay. All right. So, boom, Tesla. All right, Tesla. Let's go to a weekly chart. Go to a weekly chart. Boom. Remember. All right, so Tesla's 50-day. The 50 weekly moving average is at 205.62. Okay, 205.62. Come on. So weekly moving average is down here at 205, 206. Okay. We have them all marked out, so we know. Let's see. I'm actually gonna start making circles for the daily, and then weeklies the boxes. That way we know. All right, so we can have it. So there is a move right off of the 100-day moving average. So let me put a little mark there to see if, because where is Tesla at right now? Tesla is all the way down. So there's another pivot low. Wow. Tesla is, come on. All right, so 214.75, 219. Let's see if we can get a bounce going just here. I love what they did with Eli, or what's his name. So what do I have? The box. Okay, we have the box. Now, when the market opens up, I'm going to move this box in accordance to where it's at. So it may poke itself up just a little bit. Okay, so that's the 100-day moving average. I'm going to make it blue. So we know we've broken it. Do we pop back up and turn it into resistance? If we do, I will be short at that line. I will be short there on Tesla. Where is the downside? I am looking for an eventual target at 205, guys. 205. Where are we at? 214. So we've already broken that. So obviously, yes, you filled the gap at 207. I will be looking. You're officially pretty much in a bear market on Tesla. I'm pretty sure it's like, it should be official by now, right? It's down 20%, or close to. All right. 200-day moving average is at 200. So that's what I'm looking for on Tesla. We can go to a 4-hour if you'd like. Okay. It's just been off of a cliff, man. Capitulation. 201.50. Okay. That's another support, resistance that was support. Because you have just this straight run up where you didn't really turn anything into support. So what was it? 201.75, 201.50? Where was it? Here? So 196.30. Yes, right here, guys. Sorry about that. Let's do it, man. I'm gonna fucking kill it today. Hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. We do this stuff free 99. 202. 202. Bam Margera. 202. Ryan Dunn. Unfortunately, he lost his life. I'm pretty sure on. No, it was outside of 202. Alright, so there would be our target. I'm going to make it a 3 roughly. So, we need to start. I'm going to start watching things. If I start to think that we're going to get a bounce, I don't know. I don't think we are, because on a longer term time frame, it just doesn't seem like we are. So we have minor support here. You should get a bounce back at 211.50. Don't be surprised if we do get a bounce at 211.50 area. All right, that is an area of support. Okay, that is an area of support. Where would be a good place to put this? I'm going to put it right here. to 11.50. Right, to 11.25. Come on. I gotta hurry up. Market's getting ready to open, guys. Alright, market's getting ready to open. We got fucking 5 minutes. Excuse my language. Alright, let's just go to NVIDIA real quick. Or AMD. Damn it. Fuck. So, 202 would be the final target on Tesla. I want to see if we can get some bounce backs. See if we can bounce it back. I mean, obviously you could look at yesterday's close up at 219. I want to see if we bounce back to that 100-day. All right, that 100-day is right there. Even if we get into the vicinity, because it just sliced it. Now it may bounce back down here at 213.64 and then try to work its way back up. All right, so, it did it slightly yesterday. I still would like to see more. So it already has done that. Let's see if we can turn yesterday's low into, whatchamacallit. See if we can turn yesterday's low or close into resistance if we get a bounce up. Right, as long as we can get a bounce. That doesn't mean we will. Again, dotted lines are yesterday's low and close, turquoise line. All right, and then if we get up here, we're going for that 100-day. So, I mean, I really probably don't even need to. I can put one of them. All right, so let's go to where's AMD this morning. I know semiconductors were kind of holding up. Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding me! I was gonna say that just happened. All right, daily chart on AMD. All right, 101, low 100s. Where is AMD? All right, guys, we got 5 minutes. I will still cover some of these as we go. Why is gold up? Gold's up because those yields did pull back. Now it's funny that the market is now following yields to the downside. Remember this. All right, do not be in a rush to get in positions, especially if you trade options, guys. If you guys trade options, make them as cheap as you can. Wait till 10 o'clock. Wait till 10:30, right? See if you can catch a bounce off of support. All right, 102.37, 102.37, 102.37. All right, so 102.37. I may look to try and swing this. This is a daily chart. We really don't have much here, guys, as far as moving average. You have 200-day way down at $90. You don't have support until $96. So I do have all this already charted out, thankfully. 100 also is a key level. All right, guys. That will be a target, 100. AMD target is 100. This is if we get downside. Well, AMD has been kind of strong. Okay, AMD has been kind of strong. It does have, its real support is back down at $93. It's going to be a while before you see anything like that.
1 minute to the US market.
Shit. All right, guys. Good luck today. Look for a bounce back to yesterday's close. If we get a bounce back, and look to get short up at those moving averages. Look to see where they're at. Okay? It's important. All right, guys. Good luck. I will let you guys know if I get into anything, what I do, what I don't do, what I see. If you have any questions, please put it in the comment section. I will get to you. And let's have a great day today. Manage your risk. Worry about how much you're going to lose before you worry about how much you're going to make. Remember, be great at losing. All right, be great at losing. We have such a huge gap down today. I'm going to be watching Tesla because it's officially, I'm pretty sure, in the bear market, in a bear market. All right, so again, if you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. Come on, man. I got to hurry up. I'm sorry, guys. All right, I'm sorry. All right, so there's a bounce back at 213.50, like we said. 213.75, 213.50, same difference. Studies, give me add study, all studies. RSC, give me freaking RSI, dog. RSI, dog. All right, let's go. Let's do this, guys. Good luck today. Look at that huge bounce, guys. Let's look at the daily. The daily did not show me a huge bounce coming, though. So I'm going to look for this bounce back on the daily to see if we can reject it. And what I will be looking to see is if we can start to... I will get into that on the weekend video, right? I have a really important video that's coming out this weekend that you guys are not going to want to miss. All right. What is this? That is a previous support area, right? What did we say? 216.85. We got some sell orders coming in there. 3 minutes. It's a nice bounce on the S&Ps as well. It's a nice bounce. I'm just getting my charts ready. Let the market find its footing, guys. There should be. What do you mean? It's Friday. Yeah, there is. I got them. There is. I'm not sure what... You might have to restart your thing. Alright. Let me see here. So again, we're looking for that bounce back. You have a pivot low. So there goes Tesla trying to pull itself back around at that area. So again, what do we want to do? We want to be long the weaker name or the strong names and short the whatchamacallit. Long the strong, short the weak. If you guys are just joining us, please hit that like button. It's greatly appreciated. It lets us know that we do the right thing here by doing it free 99, having a place to go to that you don't have to pay thousands of dollars just to get levels and get the 100-day rejection. If you guys could hit that like button, thank you. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Not sure if we're going to make it up to that 100-day moving average. Just give it time. Let the market find its footing. You've seen what we did yesterday. It wasn't until later on when we started that sell-off. Watch your volume. Know where your moving averages are. It's important. And if I don't know if there's any small cap traders in here or not, what you guys are watching. Oh, thanks, guys. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. It's greatly appreciated. What are your leaders? What are your laggards? Okay. The Dow is obviously lagging to the downside. All right. I want to see where this volume starts to come in at. All right. Where does this volume start to come in at? There's your pre-market pivot high on pre-market. Well, it's not like it's Q's right there at 356, okay? Let's see what we do. See if we crack a new low of day. If we crack a new low of day, where them likes at? We're gonna I don't know if you guys seen the video yesterday, but we are going to put a hurt. Come on, man. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get my other charts here. Oh, so again, this weekend we are going to have a new setup this weekend. We will have a new setup. I'm going to take all this. I'm going back over to where all my other monitors and things are at. If you guys haven't done so, it helps us out a lot. If you guys hit the like, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. I know I keep saying that. Let's see. Let's do it, guys. So, all right, what do we see, guys? We see we're struggling up here at this level. Tesla trying to hold. We're not struggling too much. We're not struggling too much. Just walk it up, right? We break back through. Tesla breaks this, right? Tesla breaks it and can close above it, right? Close above it, not just close and then take it back. There you go. You're struggling. You're struggling. Look at that low volume. Let's see if we can get at least up to yesterday's close of sorts. There, the SPY is making its dance up above it on low volume. All right, on low volume. Again, don't be in a rush. Don't be in a rush. Let it get up there. You'll get your puts cheaper, and you'll be able to lose less if we're wrong and you do get a pop. On the daily, oh man, I don't want to say it now. I do, but I need the like ratio to get up. Maybe it's just me on this end. That's okay. There's something very important that you guys can look for to see if we're going to be turning it around or not. Kind of a heads up, right? And I'm going to, depending on where we get at on the likes, I'm going to either say that like here in a couple minutes, or we are going to cover it this weekend. So 3-6. So we have 2 more minutes. Let's see if they close this 3-minute candle above this area. All right. So far, I know you had some earnings as well today. I'm going to go right back to Tesla. Why am I on Tesla? Because Tesla's the weakest, and we are pushing down. So look at AMD. AMD is again weak today, right? AMD has put in a new low, right? Look at Tesla. It has failed to do that. It's put in higher highs, right? Look at the high 1, 2, 3, right? But it's also failing to close up there. You have 1 more minute. Let's see where this closes. That is low volume. Let's see. Look at the buyers coming in there. I'm not sure if you guys can see time and sales. There's the buying, right? There's the buying. This is why it's important to read level 2. Not that they stay there, right? Not that they stay there. This could all just be profit taking from being short. We don't know everyone's positions, right? We don't know what the reasoning is for, whether it's for a hedge or what. So here we go. Are we about to close above that level? And if we do, we'll look for a pullback, turn this previous low into support. All right? We have a long ways to go. There goes the SPY. We're getting that push. All right? We're getting that push just to suck people in to sell it right back off and pull it back. All right? Again, me personally, you guys do what you want. I am giving it time. I'm going to give this thing a little bit of time that it needs. Going to give it a little bit of time that it needs for a few different reasons. Let me bring it over so you guys can see it. Let me redo it. As a matter of fact, let me redo this. What are you guys looking at today? Like, what are your guys' main focus? That video I thought last night was pretty good. Wasn't too bad. Let's see here. So there's our pre-market high at 217.65. All right, 217.65. We have a small. All right, man, we are so close to that 100-day previous day's close. I would like to get it up here. Not sure if it's going to give it to us though. All right, it's not sure if it's going to give it to us. That's what I say, guys. Shit. I was looking at the likes and I'm like, I hope you guys hit that like button because we're about to do the damn thing. We're about to do the damn thing. It's coming. Let's get a pop. Right, there's the pop. Excuse me, sorry guys. I don't know what the hell that was. Some creep ass animal, huh? Ready to low spy puts when I get the chance. All right? Aren't you? What if that's what they want you to do? Right? No, but I feel I have no reason to be long. I mean, if I've covered my ground, I have no reason to be long just yet. Watch your volume. All right? Watch your volume. Just be smart about it. Know where and why. Where and why. Where, why, and how. Like, share, subscribe. Let's see here, guys. It's actually some nice. Look at that volume, guys. You guys take notice of that volume we just had to the buy side, right? Just as they run it down their throats, get everybody wanting to buy puts, and then we just take it from them. Take it. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of volume, guys. There's a lot of shorts exiting. We've had low volume this whole time. Well, not really. It hasn't been that bad. Alright, so watch out for Tesla because if you get a hold here, you might start putting in a higher low. Just be aware. Just be aware. That's it. Shit, I might look at that wick. Now we're gonna pay attention to this. We're gonna really read the price action. Let's read this price action. Still buying on the S&Ps, guys. Look at that bounce. I knew it. I just got mine up. Every day we hustle. Damn it. I knew it. Come on. Guys, watch out. Be careful. I mean, that's a decent retracement. That is a decent retracement. But what's it on? What do we have? What do we have, guys? Look at that decrease in volume. Don't get sucked into it. That's why I'm saying be patient. Look at that. All right? Be patient. You will get your entry, I promise. If you hit that like button and you guys have subscribed, I'm going to let you know what I'm going to do. You guys, that doesn't mean you guys do the same thing, but I want to help give you guys the best chance at this, right? It's important. I want you to get your stuff cheaper. I want you to start looking at getting in at the right time. That way, even if you're wrong, you're losing less. You might even be green and still have a losing, it might be a wrong decision. There we go. Shit. It just so here's what we got. 36. We just hit 36 on the 210 puts, right? As soon as we hit 36 cents on those 210 puts, bang. This is where the sellers are at previous resistance. There we are again. 34.35. Watch them, right? 34.35. 34. 34. There, look at all those buyers. I gotta get it. No, I'm not doing it yet. I'm not doing it. That's a lot of take back. Oh, man. Just want to give it a minute. Let's give it a minute. God damn it. All right, I took puts, guys. I did. I took some right there. And it's probably not the best idea, but it was a real quick trade. 6%. 15%, locking a little in there. Let's go. Let's go. Took some off there, guys, on that extension. So you got to get it. God damn right, I love this fucking game. Watch this 20-day moving average, guys. All right. Now let's look for the bounce back. I'm going to get back in this. I was playing that scalp, knowing that 36 cents, and I seen that quick drop. We come into this prior support with this increase in volume. Yes, it was to the buy side. Right? Just be patient. I'm just, I don't want you guys to. That was a 20% trade right there in just a few seconds. All right? It was just like a few seconds. I will be putting on a longer term trade. All right? I will be putting on a longer term trade. Just I want this market to put in its footing, because what's going to happen? It's only 9:45. We're going to get to 10:30. We're going to get to 10:15. I don't care if it's 11. These contracts are going to be so much cheaper, because you guys got to understand the pricing of these options and the time, especially if you're buying even $1 out of the money. Right? Let's look to see if we get resistance at VWAP. That pink line is VWAP. The yellow line is the 9 EMA, right? Your golden road. All right? There's still a little indecision. We still have the 100-day above us. We still have that 100-day above us. Look at these tails, guys. That doesn't, they've been sending it up, wicking people out, only to bring it down. So, what did we have right there? What did we have right there? RSI is coming down. You should start to close lower and then look for a bounce. Right? We'll look for another bounce to get back up over here. S&Ps are holding that 434, 340, I'm sorry. 434.15 level, guys. Okay? 434.15. So, after the video I'm going to put out, you're going to understand, if you don't already know, guys. Let's watch what happens here. This is going to be important, because I think we should bring it down a little bit, close it down. I want to see if we close this thing down, which this candle should be closing here soon. I want to see if we start closing it down here, right? And then I want to see if it starts to pop itself back up, and we'll see what that's what I want to look for right now. All right, I want to see if we close it there in that area, because I want to see it come back, pull back. Let's look at pre-market to see what we have and don't have there. So we have a level of support down here at 214.75 area. Previous pivot low. That's where we're at right now. 215.98. We cracked this pivot low. Look for this where I put that circle. Let's see if we can bring it on down. Watch your RSI. Watch your MACDs. It paints the picture for you. It really does, guys. There's that extension right to the circle. Look how it gets brought up. What is that? Look at that pivot high on Tesla. All right? On Tesla, there's your pivot high. All right, right here. All right? Look at that. Bang. Look at that. Bring it up. This is what did I say? I want to see them bring it down to this circle and then start to bring it back up and put in a lower high, turn this into resistance. What's that going to do? It's going to, even if we make a new high, guys, I want to see this RSI put in a lower high there. It's put in 1 and 2 lower highs. See it? 1, 2. Let's see if we can get another one up here in this 68.70 range. It could make a new high. Right? It could make a new high and still only put in a lower high. That's what I would like. I'd like it to be putting in lower highs and get as close as we can to that 100-day. Get as close as we can to that 100-day. So we have now stepped it up, right? We're stepping it up. We've closed above 215.35. Here's our next. Well, we closed it this previous, the initial morning low of pre-market, 215.95. We have officially turned that into support. Let's walk it up. Now you're finding resistance where we're trying to find support at 216.57 and yesterday's pre-market low. All right. Walk it out. Walk it up, whatever, however they say it. That volume is still pretty low on the Qs, guys. Ladies and gents, I have to use the restroom real quick, but I don't want to because I know as soon as IWM is ripping. So then we're going to look. That's a great call, Collins. Great call, because then we're going to want to look for the Qs to start doing that and turn itself around. Let me see. Is it really ripping? All right. Don't lie to me, bro. If them all ain't ripping, I'm going to be hot. I'm just playing with you, bro. It wouldn't surprise me. All right. It would not surprise me. No, it is. Good stuff, bro. All right. If you guys are just joining us, hit that like button if you wouldn't. We go. I don't know. I feel like a crackhead. Can I get a like? Can I get a like? No, I'm just kidding. No, but thank you guys. It takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of work to do this stuff for you guys. What are you guys watching? Join the chat. Don't be shy. If you're new, ask questions. We're here to help. This is why we do this. All right, so 184 on the IWM. So if IWM is going to be the leader, what is the Dow doing? All right, what is the Dow doing? This is what I said yesterday. You guys want to know what's the leader, what's the laggard. All right, so when you start to see the IWM pullback, then you could obviously start to see the Qs lead to that downside. All right, so I'm going to put up the Qs here, and I'm not taking my eye off of Tesla. Watch this pre-market, 357.47, 357.50 area, right? Pre-market lows to see if we can turn them into resistance. Might not be until about 11 o'clock. Might not be for another hour, the way things are going. Let me see here. All right, so we're walking this thing up, right? That's putting in somewhat of a double top. This is what I wanted, guys, right? What did we say? We wanted a lower high and a lower high on the RSI. If the market's going to go to the upside, we want to watch and make sure that we're okay. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick because I think we have a couple minutes. I think we have a few minutes. Or if you guys are in something, me going to the bathroom is going to make the market rip or dump. So, it's the last time I'm going to say it. Hit that like button if you guys haven't already done so. Subscribe. It's greatly appreciated. I will be right back. Be careful. Be patient. It's only 9:52. It's only 9:52. Just so you guys know, this is going to be my weekend. Whatchamacallit? My weekend my weekend thumbnail. You guys want to know what this is? All right? Can you read it? There goes Tesla. All right? What's it say? Crypto's comeback. Barron's. Crypto's comeback. All right, so what's going on here? SPY's pulling itself back a little bit here. Okay. PI.
Set to explore an outright sale. That's Papa India, PI.
There you go. Right. Exactly, bro. I feel. And let's get these let's just see like where it can't get to. So now look, we've started to put in a new low on Tesla. I was looking for that lower high. I still want to see if we can regain and try to get Tesla back up here. The cells, just keep your eye on the volume on different time frames. Look at 5 minute, 3 minute, and watch your 15-minute, guys and girls. Keep an eye on yields. What are yields doing? You have to watch yields. That's why the market's doing what it's doing right now, right? You have Evergrande, China blowing up, right? Going to the U.S. Supreme Court or wherever it is and filing bankruptcy. Okay, no more, no mas. They're filing bankruptcy. So that's risk. Looks like the 10 years trying to find support there. See if we can pull it on back a little bit here. Let's go to our fold ratio. Look at that to the upside, guys. You should have a trend day. If we start getting over that 2 million mark, your 200,000, you should start to see a nice trend day today, right? You should. Normally, that is the sign. But there's a lot going on right now, so it's going to be high. You know, you'll usually see that when the market like doesn't really have like something crazy going on. You get to those levels and you use it like with the way the candles are, you can really sense the type of trend that we're going to have. All right? We opened up fairly high. Kinda, you know. All right, so there's the pullback. Look at the candle. Sheesh. Yes, exactly. It's on low volume too, though. It's on low volume. This might be a lower high for a longer term uptrend. That's what I feel like. Look how low that volume is. Use a 1 minute chart. Also, if you'd like to really see who's in control, who are they really selling this thing or are they really buying it? You can kind of just tell in a 3 minute, 5 minute, but use all the tools, guys. Use your RSI, MACDs, all that fun stuff. Use your levels. We're starting to turn that in. Look at that. VWAP support. VWAP. Prior day's high, guys. Prior day, or initial morning high. I'm sorry. Initial morning high on the S&Ps. Now support with VWAP. Do we have anything else there? No, not really. So I would not be surprised if we try and turn that 90 MA into resistance. But we need volume. Volume looks to be increasing a bit. Right? It looks to be increasing a bit. So here we go. Is this the start? Do we get another round of sell-offs? Thought I was going to say layoffs, huh? Another round of layoffs. Nah, another round of sell-offs. That was a nice increase in volume there on that candle. Notice the length. Let's see what we're doing. So far, we're holding this. If we crack this level, then we're going to look for the initial morning open, right? If we cannot hold that level, 434.21, 434.25 as support, we look for it to become resistance. That was a resistance of pre-market's pivot low. So let's look to turn it. It's still kind of holding. Look at it taking it back. The volume's starting to increase on the selling. All right, Tesla. Tesla's the weak one out of the bunch. I don't want to sit there and get wicked around. That's going to kill your premium. I've already got a 20% gain under my belt. All right, I want to be able to put on a trade that I know I'm going to get follow through. So that's another support at VWAP. It's closing lower and lower though. Let's go back to a 3 minute so we don't get overly crazy. I just wanted to see the volume on the 1 minute. That's why I used that. All right. So we're starting to hold that as support. And again, walk it down or walk it up. Is NVIDIA on the lows? What did I say? I forgot. AMD was putting in new lows. I forgot about that, guys. AMD was putting in new lows. Okay, so it's bouncing back. Is there any major moving average? Let's see here. That's some nice volume on AMD. Not really, actually. It's actually really not. Let me look at NVIDIA. NVDA. No. I'd like to welcome... Oh, wow, guys. Yeah, NVIDIA is really dumping. NVIDIA is really dumping, guys. if you guys could take the time, hit that like button if you haven't already done so, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We're gonna get into some trades, and I want to help you guys out. We don't ask a dime. It's free 99 here. So there is Nvidia. Oh man, let's do this. I did not do Nvidia today. I did AMD, and AMD's been the strong one. Of course it has, right? So we broke the 50-day. We gapped below. This brick, that blue one, has to be the weekly 100-day moving average, I bet. No? What the heck is it there for then? Weekly 20, 50. Okay, so there goes the SPY, guys. There goes the SPY. That's your entry point right there. Or actually, you want to see if you can get it back up here to 430, 445 areas where I would look to get short. If that's what you want to take. Right? If that's what you want to take. I would look for it to be right around here. Alright, so what do we have here? So that's previous support and resistance. So this thing we could run this thing back down to 406, 407. Video 406, 407. Where's it at right now? Come on. Sorry guys, I had some errands to run this morning and I was not able to, come on, to get everything prepared and ready. This is not what you should be doing as a trader, is running around in the middle of the market getting levels, right? That's not what you're supposed to do. This is not what you do. All right. So if I look for a bounce back to 417.50, right? 417.18. Give me a 4-hour chart. That's what I need. That's what I want. Hurry up. I need to know how I can stop clicking so much and stop having to do stuff, and I could do things with a little more ease. We are so oversold. Look for some support here at 415.50 on Nvidia. And then I want to see if we can get a bounce back to it's tough. It's tough. At yesterday's low. So it's still climbing, right? IWM is still climbing. Okay, that's good if it's turning around. That's going to be a leader to the upside. Right? So it got there. It didn't go down as much. It is turning around to find support. So here's what's happening, right? Look at the Qs. The Qs are down at lows, right? The SPY down at lows. Look to get the IWM back down here at 182, right? Look to see if the IWM gets back down at lows. So the Qs, SPY, Dow, IWM, or the Qs, SPY, IWM, and Dow. So there is clear divergence, right? This is money getting put to work in low multiple names. Man, 406. Man, I wanted a bounce back on Nvidia. Now I'm changing my game plan. Look at this thing. It's so weak, guys. It's so weak. The volume is increasing there. If we get a pullback at all, any kind of pullback on Nvidia, I will be short. I will be short Nvidia on any pullback. Look at that sell side volume, guys. It's big. It's big. That's what she said. Oh, no. Okay. No, we didn't. I was going to say, did we get another 50-day, whatchamacallit? All right, so Nvidia. What was my target? Shit. Oh my gosh. I hate to do this. Oh man. $400 is my target. See if we can get that bounce back. Let's throw up the SPY. The Qs did not break yesterday's low. All right, the Qs did not break the open. I'm sorry. The Qs did not break the open. You gotta watch the Qs and the SPY. That's a low volume bounce. It's actually a low volume selling too. On the chart that I'm using. Oh my gosh, it's. Alright, I have a play. If we could, the ratio's not bad. That ratio is not bad. But I'm going to do it for you anyway, guys. I am looking. I'm going to watch. Here's what I'm doing right now, guys. I'm watching the Qs. I think I am going to. I do not want this thing to turn around on you guys and you guys lose your ass. Alright. We need to make smart decisions here. The risk to reward makes sense to me to get 400 puts, if not like, see, it may take a while for them to play. Let me see. That might be stupid because it's already ran down a little bit. It's down 3%. Let me see actually what day's high and low is on them. And all right, so there's a resistance level, or trying to be, on the SPY. So what it's doing is it's trying to bring this RSI up. So the SPY, and it feels like the Qs that are lagging are trying to follow the IWM up higher. And Nvidia has clear weakness, right? If we look at AMD, right? If we look at AMD, AMD is putting in higher lows. It's up here. AMD has some strength with it. Nvidia now is hurting, right? Nvidia's hurting. So we're putting in a flag here. Right, look at that flag. Okay. Look at the 9 EMA coming in here. See if we get a rejection off the 9 EMA there. I want to get like a bounce to be able to get this thing short. That's low volume. There's low volume there. That's an entry to go short on those there, and you want to watch 20. That's a lot. That's some buying coming through there. Watch the SPY putting in higher volume there on that candle. I'm trying to keep watch everything. So now we're starting to turn that previous support into resistance. But like we were saying, the IWM is up at yesterday's close and still trying to climb, it looks like. It actually has some good volume, right? Look at the IWM. It's actually past yesterday's close. It made yesterday's close support. So this is how we locate the direction. The direction now is to the upside. The direction is to the upside. And I usually don't say direction. I don't talk like that. So I don't know why I'm doing it right now. But let's go, team. I'm so ready to crush it today. I am so ready to crush it. Crush it. I'm telling you guys, be patient. I mean, unless you see a level and you have a reason, like, I'm not telling you guys what to do. But if you're eager and in a rush and don't have a full game plan or a full understanding and idea of what's taking place right now, I would sincerely think about just being patient. Give me a 3-minute chart. Let's do this. Let's do the damn thing. That's a low volume push up. All right, I want to look to see. Man, I hate to do this. I hate to be long because I feel like Nvidia has now just separated itself from the market and is weak. Damn it. I wanted to get up here, guys. All right, we're going to see.
US Bitcoin
You see me when you
producers
see me,
versus
man. We going to see.
corn.
Is that a bear flag?
Those in violation
That looks like a
of
nice
trade
bear
deal.
flag. So if that is a nice bear flag, we could look for this. See me when you see me. We gonna see something like that. I don't know, or something like Drake said. I just have Drake in my head for some reason right now. So if we're able to get that 9 EMA, I'm gonna want to see if I can
Right now at the highs of
pull this thing back to around 411.
CORA.
Enemies, I had a lot of enemies. People trying to drain me of this energy, trying to take away from the trigger. Didn't Nvidia do this same thing last week? Didn't Nvidia like somewhat sell off and take a little while? And remember, yeah, because we took it. We took it last Friday. We were short last Friday. We were short Nvidia last Friday. There's volume coming in on the Qs. Watch my guy. Watch IWM. Watch the Dow. The market is following them back up to get short up here. People are not going to start a new position short, right? Think about, guys, think about what's going on. You have all these, you had all this selling that just happened. We were just at 450 8 days ago, right? About a week ago. We are in the high 440s. Whoever is short on a day like today is going to take profit, especially with the extension they got yesterday. So if they're taking or should be taking profit, we should start to get a bounce as we start making higher lows. That's going to put more pressure on them to lock in those gains. And then the buyers see it. The buyers start buying because they're seeing a bounce back. So recognize that. That doesn't mean that we can't bounce back, float, and then roll it over. Right? The rollover has already happened. It's done. It may not be done, but you guys know what I'm getting at, right? You know, that's all. And I hope you guys are doing great this morning. I hope you're in good health. I hope you're feeling good. Doing good, feeling good. All that good stuff. Let's see, man. We're going to see. All right. Is it time? Is it time to take the short again? See me when you see me. We gonna see. All right, 405 Nvidia. That's an increase in volume there to the upside, guys, on Nvidia. Let's see what we have here. Let's see what's going on. All right, I got to go back. What's Tesla doing? Sorry, guys. I got a lot of things going on here. Again, this weekend, tonight into tomorrow, I will be moving the stream over. So we'll have more room, more things going on. You can see my face. My face. Redeems, bitch. All right. Keep an eye on the IWM. It was obviously leading to the upside. What's it doing? Is it still hanging out up there? Or is it trying to turn itself around? If the IWM turns itself around on an increase in volume, then you want to look at the Qs to see if they break and put in a lower high here. Let's see if it's doing it right now. Let's see if the Qs are starting to turn that VWAP into resistance. Right? That's a lower high. What did I say? Right where that circle is, that's where I wanted to put in the lower high. Come on. I wonder if Nvidia is going to sell off anymore or if they're just buying it up. Because Nvidia was a strong name, right? It was one of the stronger names. That's what's tricky about these semiconductors. They could be hot and they just flip. And unless you don't know how to take notice of it or sense the change, you gotta be careful. So 38.2. All right, it's coming in at 10.15. So let's see what we get coming in here. All right, so there's a crack above the 9 EMA. The S&P's just breached that area. All right, that support / resistance. Let's watch this. Let's watch that. See me when you see me. We go and see. Let's go. There it is. That's probably the breakdown right there. Boom! Right there it is. Ooh, there it is. What are they doing? They're holding it up. Look at these tails. Still high or low. Let's go. There comes the volatility, and on Nvidia, there goes the tape. Tape speeding up. Are they still buying it? Shit, man, those things went from 20 already. Oh, I don't know what to do, guys. I do know what to do. I'm just gonna wait a minute. Let me get a better price, bruh. Let me get that better price, dog.
Dear
All right.
executive says demand for
I took
moving
an Nvidia put right there, guys.
construction equipment ready
I need volume. All right, I'm gonna take profit if I get it.
by early stages of infrastructure spending.
All right, I'm gonna take profit if I get it.
That's DE Deer.
Jesus Christ, already 20%. Let's go. Damn it, they fucked me on that fill. You ass muncher. Ah, I still made out nice. Hot damn. Whoo. Whoo. Let's go. Let's pump it up. Let's go. Come on, guys. Hit that like. Let's go. Let's send this market in the dumps. There's another take on Nvidia right there on that extension. You want to get those quick extensions, they pay. They pay. They pay. They pay. Let's go, team. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. I'm sorry. I need to start calling out which ones that I'm in. All right. That was the 405s we got cheap. That was the 405s. 100% already. 100% on that one move. Got in. Well, it's not 100%. Yes, it is. Because it was, what was the entry price? Was like 21 cents, 22 cents. They're at 45 already, guys. That's why we take those profits. So right now, we're already looking at 125, well, 100% gain, a 20% gain scalp. I mean, it's giving you these moves. We got to take them. Let's see if we get a bounce here because we're putting in, just be careful. I would take that Nvidia off if you're in it. I'm going to be honest. Look for the bounce here. Look for the bounce.
That was out earlier now. Trade is circulating similar report.
Of what?
Shares are
I was wondering how I got paid so much on those moves because I looked and I'm like, what? I'm like, what? How the hell? I even got a bad fill and I still got whatchamacallit.
Sitting here at $5.71, up about 4.5% for a top financial TOP.
That sucks. Guys, as much as I want to hold it, I'm not. See, look at that. This is why I'm saying to take it. Now, Nvidia is weak. Nvidia is weak. I cannot let this thing go. If it gives me 150, 30, I can't just not take profit, right? Bro, them contracts from entering at this 9 EMA were 21 cents. One candle was 100%, right? Damn near. Look, see the 405s on Nvidia for today. They're coming back. Look, see, they're 29 cent bid, 30 cent ask. right? 30-cent S. We got these up here at 21 cents, 22 cents. And it was at 48.50 on that one candle. This is why you got to take it, right? This is why, because look, so guys, look at the RSI. Look at the RSI right here. It's making higher lows. Look at the MACD. Look at this RSI, right? It's trying to trend itself up, right? So what's going to happen is let it come up, and then it's going to put in a higher low. When this puts in its higher low, like if it comes up here, right, and then it pulls itself back, right, which I'm not going to be doing it exactly, but this is when I want to start to see if it starts to like bring itself, you know, up a little bit, right? Shit like this. We'll see. I want to be short when the RSI is up here, not down here is what I'm getting at. All right? We want to be short down here. If you do not know, I've been trading for almost 10 years. This candle on that bounce back, I knew and this was coming. Look, they're back down to 20 cents, right? Because of where things are. I'm using all my tools. I've been doing this for a long time, guys. So if you appreciate what it is we're trying to do here, hit that like button and subscribe. We greatly appreciate it if you haven't already done so. Look at the circle where we turned it around, right? I want to teach you guys how to be able to do this. I do. I want you guys to be able to learn, to be able to notice these things and kind of put the pieces together so you can not predict the future, but predict the future, right? What's the probability of this happening, that happening, right? See how we're climbing? We're going to see if we can get this RSI, bring it up here somewhere, and then start to bring this thing back on down. If we have downside. But where's the IWM? Where is the Dow? Are they still going up? Because they're the leaders. The Qs and the SPY is going to follow the Dow and IWM today. It's what they're doing. Noticing that. Noticing it early. There you go. First lower high. Right? We'll see what happens. The little baby girl come in to join us. She's right behind me. So, yeah, I know. You saying hi. She said hi. I'm not sure if you can hear her, but she's saying hi. Hi, love bug. She kept me up late last night. All right, so let me get these screens back and fixed. I'm going to go give her just a little bit of food. All right. Look for VWAP, guys, and look for initial morning lows. Let's see if we can bring this RSI up. Right? See if we can bring this RSI up. Let's see how my drawing does. You know? Let's see how my drawing does compared to what really happens. Okay? I don't expect it to get there. I'd actually like to see this point here. I'm going to put a circle there. I want to see that point get to like right, actually that point to be like right there, right? To be there. I want that to be there. All right. We'll see what happens though. The higher we can get that, the best entry we're going to have. Watch IWM, watch the Dow. They're starting to turn around. It seems like they're trying to put in a lower high, right? They got up to yesterday's close, yesterday's low. They failed to, they're pulling back now. And, you know, so watch them. Jesus Christ. So go ahead and watch the Dow, the IWM, to make the decisions for the SPY and the Qs, because you can like not front run the move, but arbitrage, right? You can see what it does if it starts falling. Then if the IWM and Dow get back down here where we opened, they should get there and start leading in that direction before the SPY and Q start leading in that direction. And then you can just use the laggard to follow the IWM. I do it all the time. Right? I do it all the time. You just have to identify it and really understand what it is that I'm telling you right now. And I'm not telling you to do it, right? I'm not telling you to do it, but these type of things will help make you money and help grow your account, right? So thank you guys for joining us tonight. I greatly appreciate it. Let me go feed her real quick. I'm going to take these lines off because you guys I can't see it, and I need to see it because this is how I make my decisions. But it's looking like it's pretty damn close to it, though. Looking like it's pretty damn close to it, right? Look at that. I want you guys to be able to learn how to do, like, you know, I would love for you guys to get to this point, and you don't need anybody. You don't need anybody. You can wake up, you can come in, attack these markets, have the education, have the understanding of things are doing this, I should be doing that. I need to wait for this to get here before I do that, right? Let's see. No, I do not want to duplicate. I'm coming, Turkey, I'm coming, okay? She already left, so I'm going to go feed her real quick. I know she's hungry, even though she's already ate this morning. All right. So, because she'll eat, she'll go sit in the window. So what we're going to do is we'll throw our Fibonacci up, and we're going to retrace this move. Is this profit taking from shorts, or is it more than just profit taking and it's buying? There's your 38.2 fib. Your 38.2 fib. I don't think it lines up with anything. No, not right now. I'm sure it does way to the left. Your VWAP is curling. 9 EMA is curling upwards. Right? We'll see what happens. Let me see what Tesla. I'm going to go feed her. I'll be right back, guys. You think Nvidia could realistically go today? Is there any news? I don't know if there's news or not, or a price downgrade or something. That's what we need to find out, right? We'll have to go to the news and make sure trading lower may continue volatility ahead of the company's upcoming earnings. Company memo. You got to watch to make sure that if there's any... I'm coming, baby. I'm going to feed you, boo-boo. I'm coming. Because if you don't know if there's news, then how do you know how far it's going to go? Realistically, I want to see this thing in the next couple days. If the market's going to go lower, I want to see it go to 400. So it's at 3% right now. What's the ATR? The ATR is going to tell you. Right now, we've done 128.50, 128.60. So we'll call it 128 to 16. 128 is 10, 11, 12. So we've done $12. Go to the chart. Baby, I'm coming. I'm coming, okay? I know you're hungry. I'm coming. 1 second. All right? I'm coming. Realistically, and depending on the volume, right? I would look for Nvidia to get back down here into the bottom of this area, which is 414. Let's see here. So what do you have here from high to low? This is 440, 460. So that's $20. Look for a $20 move, right? From here, 401 to 426. That's 26. So we're going to look for a $18 to $22 range on Nvidia from high to low. $18 to $22 on the top end. Where does that put us? Right? 28. That'll put us at 8408, right? That's $20. So $18 to $22, guys. Yeah. I took the 405s. They paid. They're real liquid. Those they went 100%. I got in them at 22 cents and they went all the way up to 50 cents. It was like 48, 49. All right, I'll be right back. Just watch though, because if you get a bounce back higher, bro, if you get a bounce back higher, I know, I'm coming, baby. You get a bounce back higher, they're going to lose premium and you're going to just be down and you're going to get frustrated. So you really want to get the entry. And if you get profits, I don't care how little it is. You know, I don't know how many you're buying, but, you know, just either hang on or expect it to go to zero. Because if we do not get the 405, they're going to go to zero. But even if we can get ourselves down there, we got all day. It's only 10:30. There we go. There we go. They just went from low 20s to high 28s. That's 50%. Right? 20 to 30 is 50%. Should be. Yeah, it's 20%. Or 50%. I'm sorry. It's 50%. All right. Let me go feed her. I'll be right. Yeah, because like I said, these things went over 100% on this one candle. I had no choice to get out. Right? I even got a bad fill and still made out great. If you do not know, This is the mascot? No, 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 no. I know. Daddy's sorry. Hold on. We're going to go eat. That's the mascot. All right. Looks like the market's calmed down a little bit, gotten a little quiet, right? So what we're going to look for is, let's see what we're doing. So we're holding support right here on the SPY, or that's the IWM, right? The IWM starts to break that. Where's the SPY? SPY, and I'll put on CNBC here in a minute. All right, so where's the Qs? Come on. All right, so let me put up the Qs here. All right. So there's the S&Ps. And if you guys are new and have any questions, throw it in the chat also. If you guys have any questions or any tickers you want to go over. So I want to see what we do here. Now that's a support area for right now. If this area cracks, then where do we think we're going? We're going to go back down to initial morning lows. But it's in the manner that we do it. How do we get to the initial morning lows? Like, how do we get back down here? I'd like to see a consolidation like we're seeing on NVIDIA. So I can bring VWAP down to 38.2. And get it at this previous pivot high right here. 38.2. This red area, for whatever this red thing area is, it's probably a gap fill or an area that I have. This is a low volume break higher. We're getting a decrease in volume, guys and girls. For any of our ladies that are here, look at that decrease in volume. Right? Look at that decrease in volume. This is where we want to, I would look at to have an entry point. I do not have one. I don't know why I feel like this type of price action is wanting to send it higher. Because this RSI cannot climb. And it pulls back a little bit to make higher lows. And then the RSI is just, you know, trying to work the stock higher. Like, if you, it's hard to explain. It's not hard to explain. It's just hard to like have someone fully explain it in their head. What's going on right now? Now, if we pull back, put in a higher low on the RSI, it is literally taking the stock and working it up. Is what it's doing. I'm going to go open this window so my cat can sit in the window and look outside and stuff. Let me see here. I mean, it feels like we're just going to want to bounce back, guys. And when we bounce back to that area, do the sellers continue to pick up? Like I said yesterday, you know, the markets might quiet up a little bit. They've made huge moves the past 4 days. As we start getting to lunch, the market might get, you know, a little quiet. To breathe, it hasn't even been asked for like 4 days. It's been doing this for a while, from earnings to Fed CPI, earnings, you know, this economic fears. You know, it's like, and what's so funny is that yesterday on the live stream, when I was telling you guys about Bitcoin and that chart pattern, you can literally go to the SPX and look at 2008, and you literally will see the same exact chart pattern. That's why it's important to, like, you know what I mean, really make a copy of them, or like just save it on your monitor so you can look at it. And if you start to see a rollover like that, you know, the things that take place right before the rollover, you know, you're going to, you know, you're going to be able to identify it again before it happens. You're going to be able to be in that trade. That's the little bit of work that comes in with this stuff. Again, it feels like this RSI is trying to take the stock higher, but what do we do at higher lows? That's NVIDIA. NVIDIA is starting to recapture itself. AMD is strong. Tesla, TSLA. What's IWM doing? Because we know now IWM is leading. So Tesla just started to break out. Now it's a big candle to the downside. It's not a big candle to the downside, but that's a rejection up there. You see how choppy this is? This is just premium getting chopped. All right, that's just people getting ate up. All right, Google's trying to turn itself around, guys. Google's off the lows, trying to go higher. CVX was that range yesterday. It's trying to hold up. Okay, 160s. Want to see if we can get this thing higher and get it back up into this target range there. 165. Right, 164, 165. That's a nice payday. That's actually a nice pattern there, guys. I might take a call. I might take a swing trade on CVX right now. Right, look at that. That is a nice pattern, guys. Energy for the win again today, right? Look at that, and it's just starting to do it now. All right, if I get this pullback and we reject this downtrend, then maybe I'm going to look for the bounce back. The bounce up, it'll pull back, retest it, boom, go higher. That is CVX. I will do next week's. I won't be doing today's, by the way. I want to get paid for these base hit trades. Looks like IWM was to break out a bit higher, guys. Look for IWM to start trading higher. Watch for the S&Ps to start trading higher. The Qs to start trading higher. Look at Baba, guys. What's going on in China? That's where the volatility is. Shoot, I forgot. Sorry for talking with food in my mouth, but it's important. Guys, China stocks. Baba, that's where the plays were. Damn it. Oh. And my mic wasn't on. I'm sorry. I was talking the whole time. I would watch if you're short. Just be careful because, well, you know what? Where's the S&Ps at? The S&Ps are up here at previous highs. Nvidia is nowhere near previous highs. It's actually coming up on previous lows. But watch out. The volume's starting to come in. People aren't going to be stupid and short the strongest stock in the market right now, right? the volatility, I was saying, I don't know if you heard me or not. Look at this. It's going to be in China names. Look at this. Baba, 4%. JD, 6%. Baidu, 4%. Right? You want to look at those type of names. They're having a huge crisis right now with a recession. An economy that they can't get going. And I forgot about, it's not that I forgot about it. I didn't even think about it this morning at least. I thought about it yesterday. But Pinduoduo, right? PDD. See what's weak, see what's strong, and play what's strong. There we go. Is that a double top? What's the IWM doing? That's our leader right now, I feel like. It's not trying to make a new high. So now, if you notice what's going on, literally, guys, to a T, right? Look at the S&P over here to the left. Look at this, right? We come down, we make a low. What do? We come down, we make a low. Make a low. We go up, we pull back, higher low. We go up, we pull back, higher low. We rallied. We rallied. Now they are converging at the same time. So which starts to give? Does the Q start pushing forward now? Or, you know what I'm saying? The IWM is going to start lagging and the Q start pushing forward. This is how you start to identify things. This low was at 10.15. This low was at... No, it was not at 10.15. There's no way. It was this low for that low. Because look at that 3-minute candle. 3-minute candle, look at here. 1, 2, 3. 1 with a red. You got your red candle at 9:39, not 9:33. And the end of this bull flag was at 9:45. The end of this bull flag was at 9:42. So they're 3 minutes behind, right? There was a 3-minute lag there. And then the rally, right? It tried to rally, and the IWM pulled back. 1, 2, 1. I'm just trying to show you guys, now they're met up. Now they've met. Now is the Q going to start leading or no? Like, what's up? What's going on? So do you guys see what I'm doing here? You see how that 3-minute lag has now met up, and it's about even roughly? Look at them trading just about lockstep. It's closing in on it. And then you're going to see the shift and the change in the markets from leaders to laggards, like from the Dow and the Qs and the SPYs. Like, that's such a big part to this game that most people don't even know exists. They don't even know this type of thing exists. You know? So now it's starting to break that 90 MA and start break down lower. Is the SPY going to do it right now? Right? Second candle, it should start, possibly. We'll see. Well, unless the shift has already happened, and now the Qs and SPY are leading because they met up, and now the IWM is going to start following the SPY. You see how that lag? It was the IWM, and then now it's gotten even, and now we're separating a little bit. Now the IWM may lag the SPY a little bit. Look, SPY made a new high. The IWM has not. We'll see if the IWM does. See if it can. It's just froze. It's just froze. That's so funny, right? You guys see that? Hey, bro, I need a little... Okay, what do you need, buddy? What is it? I hope you're doing good. Are you okay this morning? I hope, I hope everything's okay. Alright, so there goes NVIDIA. It is trying to turn that previous low into resistance now. See if it can fully do it. And the S&Ps, this is where we want to be short if we want to be short. Right? I'm not saying I'm taking it right now. Oh man, I can't wait till I get over in the other room, have all my monitors and everything. Not using my phone. We had such a great day today. Or the past 2 weeks, guys. I've been killing it. I'm really proud of myself, man. I've been getting the right entries, and I know it sucks, but we're going to come to a time where these trades are going to last all day. Now, if I was short, it's easy for me to say, yeah, it's lasting all day. If you're in options, these trades, you're going to get ate up if you hold them all day. You get in at the right time, it gives you the move. You got to take it off. We're not in an environment, at least in the US markets, where you can just sit and hold it all day, in options that is. Now, if you want to just short the stock outright, that's fine. You know, I would prefer you do that if you could. If you can short and just buy the stock outright to go long, I would be doing it. The only reason I'm buying options is because members in here play options, and I want to put myself in their position. I can't be like some of these people who say, yeah, I was short the stock itself, but I gave members a put or a call. It's like, what the hell good is that? You can't help them get through the trade and say, guys, okay, so this is what I'm seeing. Do you guys see that these options have like really decayed on that bounce? Well, the delta was not where it should have. We should have not got in them because of the delta being where it was, right? Or, things like that. Just, giving out trades that other people are going to be in and helping them through it and being in it with them. So you're going through what they're going through, good or bad, All right, there she blows. What time is it? 10:50. Right on the money. 11 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my jot. Sorry, I'm in a good mood because that's low volume. Be careful. It's lower volume, guys. That's lower volume. We already have 100% gain. Over 100% gain this morning. And a 20-some, just under 30% gain this morning. Killer morning. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Not even 11 o'clock. Right? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I love it. All right, so I bought a 120 stock of Alphabet 6 months earlier. And if I sell it, it will get kind of like 4.5K now. And I think that the stock will go down now, so I need a little prediction from you. All right. What would I do with it, right? You bought 120. Let's do it. You got to think about what your end goal is, guys. I would wait. If you're talking about like wanting to take those profits, let's see. I sell it, I will get kind of like 4.5K now. So this is going to be a personal preference from you, right? I don't know your time frame. I don't know if you need the money, right? If you are selling the stock because we think it could go lower, which, look at this, you have a gap here. If it was me, I'm just going to say this, and I could be wrong. You have a gap. This thing might be going down here. That's where she might be headed in the coming 6 months. You have already made a huge trend. What I would do is I would be a seller on this run, right? I would be selling, depending on if it's long-term or not and taxes. I don't know how your country is and stuff. This is what I would do. I can't give you financial advice, right? I mean, you got to think, what's the dividend on it? How much is the dividend pay on it, okay? You're coming into an environment that could be weaker, but does that mean we get another opportunity to, like, the thing is, no one knows. We could wake up tomorrow and get the worst news. We could wake up the worst news and come in Monday and everything is down, 10-15%. Because it's that bad. But 20 stock. Listen, the only thing that I can say, my friend, is that if you need the money, right, I would be as the SPY is getting up to these highs and Google's doing the same, if you need the money, then absolutely sell it, because if you have other stuff, or for whatever reason, like, let's say you don't need the money, like, why would you sell it? If it's a long-term hold, right? What was your plan when you got in? Were you getting in it because it was a good idea? Maybe take half of it off. Maybe put some of them profits in your pocket, and then possibly put them into like other low multiple names, or something that has some dividend, like some energy or something, right? Where it's going to give you the possible upside, but it'll be paying you a dividend. You don't want to like overpay, but it's hard. That's hard for me to answer, because there's a lot of unknown questions, like, why was it bought in the first place? Like, did you plan on holding this for the next 5-10 years? Because you got to remember, with this AI stuff coming out, Google could be a real winner. If you just think that it's going to go lower, then yeah, I would take advantage of these prices and then maybe just take half off. You can do that. Take half the position off, and then use the money that you have from this and the profits you have, and put it into names of like lower multiple names, right? Like maybe it's not sexy, but like something that is trading at, like, just Google it, right? Go on Google and say like stocks that are trading at a 5 to 10 times multiple, like that. I've been looking to sell it. Okay. Well, I mean, we're at the half-year mark. You've gotten a great earnings report. This thing's at highs. There you go. Right? I think we get lower prices. I do. There's a lot of headwinds coming down the tube. We have a lot of things that are happening right now, and I expect it to only get a bit worse. What I would be doing, though, is me personally, if I was to be selling shares of anything, I would be taking the profits and the money, and I would put it into like some low multiple names. I always like to have some type of money at work. I like to always be in something. It's just where, right? Where is it at? Where can I hide out at that I know my money is safe? I can collect an interest, right? So that's hard for me to answer, man. Like, I also don't want to get in trouble. Right? I don't even, it's like, because I'm not telling you what to do, because you're just asking me my opinion. But if it was me, on where Google is right now, I would take half of it off, something like that, at these areas. But the thing is, you have to like be okay with if Google comes out with news and this thing just rips high. Like, what if it finds support here? It comes out with news, and then we come in 2 weeks from now and it's at 135, 140. You have to be okay with that. That's why you would still leave a little bit on, right? That's how I'm going to answer that. I know, buddy. I know you're not, man. I know. So that's how I would do it, right? I would just leave some type of something in there, because it's Google. It's not going anywhere. From what they've been saying, they've been beating Microsoft and Bing at this AI stuff. So that's what I would do. Let's see here. Let's go to NVIDIA. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to go get a bottle of water real quick. It looks like the market slowed up. Remember, it is Friday. Why is this not back? What's going on here? It's not letting me... Remember, it's Friday. I want to see if we get some volume in here. They probably all left and went to the Hamptons. The volume's dying out. They're probably out on their way to the Hamptons now. It's so funny. I always thought like the Hamptons would be in like New Hampshire or something. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why. I don't know why I thought that. So it looks like we're finding support. We might get a relief bounce, guys, girls, ladies, and gents. All right. Looks like we're getting a relief bounce. So there was something I wanted to show you guys too that was a really good setup. It looked really good. Oh, come on. Yep, he's already done. I didn't know he was doing it today. When I mention, now I'm gonna have that song in my head all day. Have you guys read The Disciplined Trader? If you guys have not read or even listened to it, I would go on YouTube and I would listen to The Disciplined Trader. You can like listen to it before bed and stuff. It's kind of long. It's actually really good. The little bit that I listened to, it made some really good points on psychology and our actions, right? And how we go about doing things. And like there was a part where it compared it to like how when you were a kid, you didn't want to listen to your parents or whatever. It's just really good. I would really go. I would go listen to it. It's on YouTube right now. It's called The Disciplined Trader, and I think it's a. It obviously is. I don't think I know because I was listening to it at the mall. But it's a tape recording of it. So let me see here. No. Met you in the summer. Now I'm gonna start getting tired. So what I've noticed. Oh, I gotta go open the window for my little girl, for Abby. Hold on. She's been keeping me up at night, guys. It's why it's been so hard for me to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and like, get out here early and get all these um levels and game plan ready in time. Because she's been sleeping all day and then she stays up all night, and as soon as I go to crawl in bed, she's meow, meow, and then like trying to keep me up. I'm like, girlfriend, please help me out. So I gotta do something about that. The strongest point. Yes. Yes. Right. And all these headwinds that we have, you know, I would just it's just not a bad idea to be safe, right? That's a part of managing risk. Taking some off, putting it on low multiple names. I would do, if you don't know how to do the math, you can either look it up or look up on Google what is the multiple of Google right now, right? Compare that to their earnings. See what multiple they are. If they're still trading at a low multiple compared to their last few earnings, then you might want to leave some on, because there's also a lot of other countries that are just, the thing is with that, right? Here's something a lot of people don't know. You have some other countries, well, you may know this because you're outside of the country, but there's a lot of countries that don't really have access or didn't have access to things like Google that are going to start having access to it. So there's going to be a new source of revenue and a new source of growth that's going to be coming in the future. It's old things getting new money, right? Pretty much. I hope I had my mic on when I said that.
Spiking to the highs now, seeing activity in the September and August calls, 38 calls on Charlie, Juliet.
Good old Carl.
Vision Fund buys stake in ARM valued at more than $64 billion. That's from the Wall Street Journal now. SoftBank will unveil ARM IPO plan as soon as Monday.
Dude, the spies are just going, guys. That's it. Keep an eye on the indicators, right? We just put in a new high on the RSI. See what we do when we get to yesterday's low. We're almost there. We are almost at yesterday's low. All right. See where the Qs are. Did you see the difference in the leaders and laggards? What's the IWM doing? What's the IWM doing? It's probably down. Or no, it's starting to, it's following the Qs now. There's the shift. Right? There's the shift. Yes, it has not made a new high yet. The IWM has not made a new high. And let's see here. And the Qs have. So, come on. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta. If you guys are new here and just joining us, if you could hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. We have had such a great day today. It's been a fun one. All right, we're going to keep this party going too. So if you haven't done so, hit that like button, subscribe if you have not subscribed. I know at least hitting the like button and subscribing really helps us. And my goal here is to help bring a lot of this information and trade and hang out, free 99. We do this 7:30 to 4, sometimes earlier. But I want to bring some people on, right? And it's going to be able to help me bring some of the financial advisors and some of the institutional money here on the show. And that's my goal, right? My goal here is to help not only save you money, but learn how to make money second, right? Because we manage our risk. We earn the right to take the risk, right? We had a 20% trade this morning, turned around, 3-minute candle, over 100%. Oh, cool, it was on. Cool, good deal, man. I appreciate it. All right, guys, that's what I'm going to look for right now. I'm only going to be about 2-3 minutes. What I'm going to look for is this turquoise dotted line, both of these up here. This first one we're running into is yesterday's low, and that second one is right around at yesterday's close. All right. So if I squeeze it all the way in, it's going to be hard for you to see it. But did we really close up there? Oh, hold on. That's so weird. What was I looking at then? I'm sure my... Yeah, no, we did. We closed right here. All right. Just wanted to make sure. So we greatly appreciate everything. I want to thank you for joining us. If you have any questions and you're new, throw them in the chat. If you're struggling with anything, if you want to know something, don't be shy. If you have a question, there is someone else that is wanting to know the same thing. I assure you, you're not alone. So yeah, give me 2 minutes and I will be right back. I'm still not giving up on some type of movement today. Obviously, that move is to the upside right now, but the key factor is, can we break yesterday's low and can we break yesterday's close? Or at least get up in there to break it and hold it. That would be a big teller for next week, right? That would tell us that would be I don't know, what's that saying? Something of a, I don't know. I'll be right back. But that would that would speak volumes if we were able to get up there and close. So the Qs are looking like they're actually coming back down. They're just pulling back to the 9 EMA right now. That was a little bit of volume there on that sell-off, so be careful. All right, here it comes, guys. Looks like we are not going to get to yesterday's close. All right. If the SPY breaks 434.95, 434.97, this previous double top, and it does not find support here, I would watch out, right? I would watch out because it's more like you could hold this level, this 38 too. All right, we could hold that 38 too, but if you get an increase in volume like we're getting, just, just manage your risk. That's all. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I apologize. All right, let's see if where are my? Here they are. All right, so I don't know if you guys could hear. Oh my gosh, I didn't even have it up for you. I gotta stop slacking, y'all.
Record every single conversation and sort of.
All right, so I'm looking at a couple things here on NVIDIA for the long side. If we break, especially if we start breaking up to new highs, let's wait for a pullback. See if we can pull back to this pivot high here.
Exactly.
This area around 423.
On everything that's been
All right, I'm looking at 423. Remember, it's Friday, and what is today? X, guys. Things could get real volatile at the end of the day. So don't fall asleep at the wheel, no matter how boring it gets. All right, there's still
easier to just make those models with AI.
Things can still happen, is what I'm saying.
AI being a tremendous tool to make analysis, and I think that's right.
Dang.
All right, Manny, thank you. We got a lot done there.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate the time. Manny Roman, the CEO of PIMCO.
Still to come this
let me see
hour,
here,
as
guys.
Maui continues to pick up the pieces from the wildfires, questions remain about the future of Hawaiian Electric and its role, if any, in the blaze.
All right. Let me
Plus,
get
we'll
my
talk
stuff
to
set
one of
up
Hawaiian
here.
Electric's largest shareholders about how the company can move forward from here.
That's
and the role
crazy,
it
guys.
plans
What are
to
your
play in
guys'
recovery.
thoughts
Tim
on
Winter
that?
from Gabelli Funds joins us
Right?
next.
How
We're
can
back
you
in 2
tell an
minutes.
electric
The Dow has
company to
recovered
shut
a
the
little bit. It's up
electric
38
off
points.
because of winds that weren't even like hurricane type winds? From what I think, I don't know. Maybe they were crazy, right? What if there's? How can you just shut people's electric off? How are they supposed to flush the toilet? How are they supposed to be in the shower? Or like, what if somebody's in the shower? What if there's older people that need the stuff for like medical equipment? They need electric for medical equipment and stuff. Why is it them saying they should have shut the electric off? To me, that is insane. That is completely insane. I'm still looking for a pullback. This thing could get going. Remember what I said, guys. I did not want to get caught short because of the fact if we started climbing higher, we could start to see some type of shorting. So we're past. No, we're not. We're not even at pre-market highs yet. So that's our resistance level up here at 426.25. That's our first major resistance level. We made it support last night around the close. That was our close. That was pre-market support that turned into resistance. So we could start to see some sellers start to step up. But as of right now, I have to say the volume is to the upside. The volume is right now to the upside. You did have a little peak of some selling there. So be cautious. Keep your head on a swivel, as they say. All right, low volume pullbacks. Let's see here. So NVIDIA is starting to pull back now. So here's the thing. The S&Ps have made 2 new highs, and NVIDIA has failed to make a high. I may want to rethink my thesis here. That's a nice level of resistance there. So again, look, we got right to my circle, guys, on the RSI. This is what we do here if you guys don't know. If that doesn't deserve a like, I told you guys what I was looking for. All right, this not up here just yet. It could climb higher, but we need it to pull back down here. I want to start to see it pull. If it makes a higher low on this RSI, right, then I would say we're going to start climbing higher. If we pull back and you see this thing like right here, like getting into this area here, and the stock's right around here at 422.55, and then we look to finally push to that high.
A lot of attention being paid to
So
Palo
keep your
Alto
eye on the
Networks
SPY.
today, reporting
Keep
after
an eye
the
on the
bell on
volume.
Friday. Many analysts, investors are
All
wondering
right,
if the
we're a
company
little
has
overextended
bad
right
news
now on
tonight.
the
The stock's up big this
intraday.
year, down nearly 20%
That's my second
since
target
it
now. We've
announced
reached the first
its
one.
earnings date, which caused a lot of chatter. What I can tell you, according to my
I'm going to
reporting, is
have,
that
like I
Palo
said,
Alto
some
said
stuff
in
so
the
you guys
press
can start being
release
able to
that
do
it
this
is going to
yourselves.
update the
These videos that I will have coming
guidance
out.
assessment. So basically
Thank
wants
you
the analysts
guys
to have the
for
weekend
hitting
to
that like
digest
button,
the new information
subscribing
and adjust their
if you haven't
models
already
on the
done
3-year
so.
basis. The other thing I can tell you is that Palo
It's
Alto
greatly
has
appreciated.
a
Lets us
sales-
know we're
its
putting
big
out good
sales
work and you
kickoff
guys
on
are being able to see
Sunday.
success.
So
turn
maybe
it
wants the
into
freedom to
success
talk to
yourselves.
5,000 people
Worry
and
about
potential
how much you're going to
clients
lose
about
first.
information that's
Right?
happening
Be
in the
great
business.
at
And then the
losing
other
and
thing is
even
they've had a
better at
3-day
winning.
board meeting
Right? And good
this
at
week.
winning,
So
better at losing.
there is this curious case,
if
Carl,
I did
on
not
why
like
Friday afternoon, but
whether
it's explained by
whether
some of
this
the
thing went
scheduling
to
things.
70%,
No doubt investors will be paying
60%,
very close attention.
40%,
Yeah, this is
100%,
more
which it went
conversation
to over
than I've heard in a
100%
while
in this
about
one
the
candle
earnings,
on the put
time
side.
slot. We'll see what happens later on today.
You
Meantime, in the
still
wake of
gotta
those
take some
devastating
off because of
wildfires in
this reason,
Hawaii,
guys. That's
the
a
state's
part of
largest power
managing risk.
utility
You
getting
take
absolutely
some
crushed, although
off
up
as you
today.
get the
Take a look at shares
extensions.
of Hawaiian Electric down about
The
65%
fact that it
month to date,
paid the
clawing back
amount
some
that
of
it
those
paid,
this morning.
guys,
Facing lawsuits
I had to
for its
take it
alleged
off.
role
I
in
had
the
to take the whole
fires,
position off.
accusations of
It was that
mismanagement,
damn near
and
100%.
reports that the company is in talks with
You know?
restructuring firms. Joining us with his
I got
outlook
that
is Tim
extension,
Winter,
and
portfolio
I
manager
also,
for the Gabelli Utilities Fund.
at
Gabelli is one of the
10:15,
top
what was the SPY
institutional
doing?
investors in AG.
10:15,
Tim, it's good to have
I
you.
took
I
off.
guess
What
the
happened?
headline
Look at that
today was
reversal
that,
candle.
the company
So
argues
as
restructuring
things
is not the
happen,
goal.
having
Is that
time
the
in the
reason for
markets,
today's bounce?
I can read like
Well, yes, first, thank
instinctively
you for
what's
having me
going
on. Good
on
afternoon.
underneath.
And I'd
Right?
like
I
to,
can read it.
And as a firm, we'd like to extend our prayers and
So,
sympathies to the
I'm going to be
victims
doing
and
some
families
research
of
and
this
work
tragic event,
this weekend.
as well as the people of Maui, residents of
I think
Hawaii.
Tesla just
And-
entered a
and
bear
the
market
stock is
like
gonna continue to be
today or was
volatile,
close
for some time,
to doing
turning
so. So there's some nice selling there.
clearly that's
So now the selling is
positive,
starting to step down a little
you know,
bit,
indicator.
right?
You know, we
Starting
have
to
look
step
at
down.
what we know
Like
and
the
what we
sellers are
don't
not
know.
like the sellers are
And there's
bringing their
certainly,
orders
a
back
lot
down here.
that
Like
we
you see this
don't
buying,
know.
buy,
There's currently no
and now we
evidence
just
that,
had some. Look at the
Hawaiian
selling.
Electric equipment,
Yeah, a little bit
has
of buying
caused
there,
this,
but
though there
the
are
selling
being
is
accused of
still
the
look
the
right. That selling is
negligence
still
standard in
there in
Hawaii
this
was a little
area.
bit higher,
Okay, there they
than
go.
in
They'll
California.
bang
But
right,
nonetheless,
and then they hit them
uncertainty is
bang.
causing
Look at
a
that.
crisis of confidence.
Bang
As you mentioned,
again.
We've had credit
Right?
rating downgrades. The stock is
Selling.
down.
That's what I'm reading
But
right
we
now.
also
There's some
know
buying
that,
that's stepping
Hawaiian
in.
Electric consists
They're
of,
stepping in
three
front of it right now.
utilities,
Now
a
we're
bank,
buying.
and
Yes,
now
now
we
we're
have a
hella green.
generation company.
Right, but
Maui
then
Electric is the
what
smallest,
happens? Did the
of
buyers
the
keep
three
it up?
utilities.
They are.
It's about 10 to
And then,
15%
so
of
right there.
rate base. Management
Right
can't
there,
say
we got
with
a nice
certainty,
basket of sellers.
that, that they can
435.83.
ring-fence, Maui Electric, but it's certainly going to
Alright.
be a legal defense.
So what did we
know
just
that the
do?
bank
You
can
came
be-
down.
can be isolated
They
and
put their
separated
buy
for
orders
$8 to
at the
$9
9
a
EMA.
share.
I try to
Yes,
help. I try to
management is
explain
not
that to you guys.
interested in
Having your
revenue
buy
at this
and
point.
sell
They
orders
believe they have
at these
sufficient,
indicators,
liquidity,
right?
over
At
the
that
near term
at
to
that
get through
price.
this. There's no maturities near term. But I think one of the
I
important
feel like if it breaks
things
below it,
is,
I wonder if we start seeing some selling step
try
in
to understand how
and
they're working
close
with the
this thing,
state.
put in a
People of
lower
Hawaii
high here,
have,
and close
great
it below
pride in
this
their
9
state.
EMA. I'm just curious if
Hawaiian
we
Electric
do.
itself has, and its employees and management,
Because
great
I'm telling you
pride,
right now, if we
in their
take
part
this
being part of
back
the community,
and take back
and
yesterday's
the
close to
greatest
go
day for
green,
the
guys,
company as they look
watch
to
out.
restore confidence in this
Watch
in this
out.
crisis, as well as
We're
restore
going
service
higher.
and rebuild and come up with policy.
Let
going
me see
forward,
this daily
will
chart and what
be,
it looked like today,
really
this
a primary
morning.
determinant of the value of the company long term.
So we are
Do you think that
way
the bigger
oversold.
problem is the criticism
And that
that
is
the
the
company is
S&Ps.
facing for not turning off the power despite the weather
See,
forecasters?
yeah, do you
warnings
hear
for these
talking
winds,
about
the
turning off the
potential
power? How the
liability
hell are you
there?
supposed to do
Is
that?
that what investors are focused on?
That's so crazy.
Well, yes, and investors see lawsuits that in other states, a jury award for against Pacific Corp of a major amount. We have this uncertainty. We have the credit rating downgrades, and the accusations are going to be there, and the allegations until the investigation is complete. And so, clearly that's what's causing the crisis of confidence.
Well, we also remember, Tim, like PG&E in California, even though I think it was found to have followed
I'm
the safety
starting to get
standards,
tired. I
was
don't
just
like that,
saddled with
guys.
so much liabilities related to the fires that it was forced into bankruptcy. So that's fresh.
Right. And so as a big picture, looking long term, let's use California as a template. Yes, PG&E faced significant liability. The state and policymakers passed legislation, wildfire legislation, to set up a wildfire fund, a $20 billion wildfire fund. They set up a policy where the companies have to file wildfire mitigation plans and get safety certificates to be part of it to restrict their liability.
All right, so let's go
and they
cover our
raised the
grounds
liability
here.
standard.
All right, there's semiconductors, there's
PG&E,
NVIDIA, possibly
and
putting
we
in
are
a
a
lower
holder of
high.
PG&E as well, has doubled in share price.
I
It's
would
one of
look
the
for another
stronger
bounce back
performers,
here to
year to date, as are,
422.65, okay?
the
If
other,
we find
California
support
companies,
at
Edison International as well.
422.65,
So
my
I think
next
if we
go
can step back and look
would be to
long-term
see
and
if
big
we
picture.
pull back,
Utilities
find
are
support,
partners in
and then put in that
policymaking
lower
with
high right
regulators,
here,
government, and
right? We put in
the
a lower
customers.
high,
And so
and then take it.
we need to
Right,
come,
this is
they need to
kind of
come
the
up with
move that
a
I'm looking
long-term
for right
solution
now.
that benefits everyone. So I
Right, to
think,
send her lower. If we do that,
not to mention,
I'd like to get short
broader
up
discussion
here,
of what it's gonna
possibly,
take to
maybe,
modernize
as long as the
grid over
volume's
the
there.
next, 7 or 8
And we
years,
start
that
getting
we'll
some
have that
follow
discussion,
through.
I'm sure,
I
at a
do not
different
want to
time.
give all any
Tim,
of this stuff
it is a
back.
tough story. We appreciate your help today. Thank you.
okay.
Later this hour, renewed NVIDIA optimism and a fresh street high. Rosenblatt's tech analyst joins us to defend his now $800 price target for the stock.
And speaking of chips, watching AMAT, better than expected outlook. Shares are higher today, much like NVIDIA analysts pointing to AI as a major growth driver. Of course, NVIDIA results coming next week. Stay with us.
I really hate that I'm getting tired. I think that Red Bull and not getting much sleep this morning or last night. I literally didn't get no sleep at all, really.
Welcome back. I'm Silvana Henao, and here's your CNBC News update at this hour. A new report warns Chinese and Russian spy agencies are preparing cyber attacks that could disable U.S. space satellites in a conflict. U.S. officials say intelligence agencies in Beijing and Moscow are targeting American private space companies. They issued a new advisory to the companies this morning, saying the attacks could come in the form of hacking computer networks, moles placed inside the companies, and foreign infiltration of the supply chain. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan reaffirmed today the U.S. will approve sending F-16 fighter jets to Ukraine following training. Ukraine has been asking for the jets for more than a year now to help defend Kyiv against the Russian invasion. It is unclear when the transfer will take place. Some daring runners pushed their bodies to the extreme in the world's coolest marathon this week. Competitors took off from the North Pole starting line in near freezing 35-degree temperatures. American Melissa Cullender crossed the finish line first in the women's division. Sarah?
Okay, Silvana, thank you. Silvana Hanau. After the break, Advisors Capital Management's Joanne Feeney is going bargain hunting. She's going to give us a few names in the retail and restaurant space she thinks can outperform from here. When we come right back, Dow up about 6 points.
That woke me up a little bit. We are coming into Euro close, guys, too. Let's see how Europe closes this thing. Like I said, here we go. See if we're going to make a lower high here. See if we're going to make a lower high on the S&Ps and the Qs. The Qs are doing it now, it looks like. The Qs are trying to reject. Notice that quick rejection? See how NVIDIA popped up? It was like, boom. Took it right back. It just went, boom. Like, it was like, you know, that was a clear try to take off and quick rejection, really hard. Doesn't mean it can't go higher, but that tells me that's the area where they want to keep it, that bulls or bears want to keep this thing down. Last night, look at that. Right at the top of my circle, too. Isn't that funny? Dead smack in the center. So funny how that works, isn't it? Last night too on the live, I was saying bear when I meant to say, or I was saying bull when I meant to say bear. I was meaning bearish, like with the price coming, like when I was talking about what it was I was talking about, and I was saying the wrong thing. So I wonder how many people think I'm an idiot. But if they really listen, you know, you're gonna see that I'm talking about it going down, and I'm saying. Like it's putting in this bearish pattern when obviously it's a bull. Or I'm putting in this bullish. It's putting in this bullish pattern. I said, but you could obviously tell it was a bearish pattern.
Retirement more income oriented. So we're looking for high quality companies that are going to deliver a dividend yield well above the market average. We have several strategies to help them through.
So the volume has definitely subsided a whole lot. Look at this. That's a new lower high on volume, guys.
Those are good opportunities. Or
right?
McDonald's.
If I draw this out, these are ways to look at,
especially in this environment with
noticing that,
you know, coming down, but having taken a pretty big chunk out of the purchasing power of the average, particularly mid-end and low-end consumer.
TJX is widely appreciated,
Ohio
especially after this week. Target,
see what I mean? See how the volume's getting lower?
Even though it had a decent reaction to earnings.
There is some MSOS news.
Market share losses and what
from marijuana movement that Iowa, I think, is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they had some missteps.
I guess putting legalization on the ballot,
market. You know, that
or if they're going to legalize it themselves, I'm not sure. I can't remember. But that was just came through the wire, so we could see how some of those names do. They might get a pop. They may not. They'll probably sell off on that news.
In the stores, you know, it's just a solid retail play right now when the consumers' budgets are being squeezed. And what we've seen so far is that while real disposable income have risen for the past several months for the U.S. consumer on average, it's mostly because people have been getting jobs, more labor participation. The average consumer is still struggling to a great degree, and so they do want to go and bargain hunt. And we think Target offers a lot, and also they have a pretty strong back-to-school opportunity ahead of them.
I wonder, when you say they're being squeezed, how that fits with what we're seeing in household balance sheets. I mean, we're seeing these uptick in delinquencies, but low by historical standards, and clearly excess savings still exist, although I guess is part of your thesis that goes to zero at some point and then behavior really changes?
Yeah, so Carl, there's two ways to really look at the consumer. One is the individual household, and the second one is the aggregate situation for the U.S. economy. At the aggregate level, more people have become employed. So aggregate purchasing power has risen. More people employed, even though inflation has been high and wages have just recently only begun to keep up with that inflation. The average household has struggled. They've been squeezed on purchasing power, but in aggregate, more people are employed. So the aggregate spending opportunity and potential is still pretty strong. Now we've got folks going back to school. That's an opportunity for a retailer like a Target. And we have yet to face, higher student loan repayments coming, relatively small in aggregate. But again, for some households, particularly in the middle class, that's going to squeeze their ability to spend on discretionary items. So that's why we continue to like the bargain hunter opportunities, Target, TJ Maxx, and then again on the restaurant side, something like McDonald's. And by the way, all of those offer pretty decent yield, dividend yield, for our clients that are in retirement and are trying to live off their portfolios in the midst of what still remains a pretty uncertain environment from a macro perspective.
Right. I wonder if you're looking for names that are pretty much North America exposed, or if China or international exposure is a liability at this point.
Yeah, it's really mixed, right, Carl? You don't want to pick a country and say, well, that's the country to go to. What we do in our international strategies is look for particular opportunities all over the world and so go investigate them and select them and try to control for country broad risks. In the balance strategy, which I help to run, we do go for some international stocks. For example, a Walmart de Mexico offers an opportunity to own a stock of a company that's gaining share, where there's a lot of opportunity to offer better prices for the Mexican shopper, and that company that's done well and also offers a pretty nice dividend yield.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us with some of those strategies that you're working on for clients. Joanne, appreciate it.
You bet, sir.
Joanne Feeney.
Some new reports providing more details about the timeline for this Instacart IPO. After slashing its internal valuation by more than 2/3, is that a name you want to own? We'll talk about that after the break.
We're also watching Estee Lauder today off the session lows after guidance came up light. Recovery in the travel retail business in Asia is a concern. Stock was hit pretty
Some big
hard
news,
into
guys.
earnings,
Kinder Morgan's
got
has
further
something
slammed
blown
on
up.
guidance, and now it's come back down 1.6%.
Kinder
We'll
Morgan.
be right back.
Kinder Morgan. I'm not sure if it's big news. See what's going on here. I'm so beat. There goes the SPY. There she blows. Put in that lower high. We'll see where she stops at. Might say right around here. If I had to say.
New York Times reporting troop deaths and injuries in Ukraine war near 500,000, including as many as
What?
20,000 Russian deaths.
Wow. Wonder if that was one day? Like, that's crazy.
Ukrainian deaths at close to 70,000.
All right. I gotta hang on, guys. Look at the S&Ps just dumping. S&Ps are dumping. Shit.
Stand tall.
Instacart, the country's largest online grocery delivery platform, reportedly planning the September IPO and could publicly file those plans as soon as next week in a highly anticipated boost to the market. That's the focus of today's Tech Check, and Deirdre Bosa is back. Hey, Dee.
Carl, this has been a long time in the works. We've been playing this game of will they or won't they IPO for years, but we may be one step closer again. What stuck out to me in this latest report is that the company could file publicly for an IPO, and that would be different from last time when it filed confidentially and then later pulled that filing. The key difference here is that a public filing would disclose finances, operations, key stakes, essentially make the business case for public consumption more than a decade after this app was launched and become a household name. Public markets, however, they have not been kind to gig economy companies. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, they are all trading below their IPO price and losing money on an annual basis. Instacart, however, may be different. While others have struggled to achieve consistent profitability, Instacart has reportedly already achieved the milestone of GAAP net income in a quarter. The key may lie in its advertising business. And while Uber and DoorDash, they are now just moving into the space in a significant way, Instacart has actually been in advertising for years. It's a higher margin business. And really take a look at this screen right now. It has built its leadership around the advertising unit with some big wins and losses along the way. Fiji Simo, she was one of the highest ranking female Facebook executives, and she took over for founder Apoorva Mehta in 2021. She pulled over some other high ranking Facebook ad executives like
nice,
Asha
it took
Sharma
it right back,
to be COO
at least on
and
the
Carolyn
spies.
Everson to be president. There was also Seth Dillar, a former Amazon ad chief who was in charge of overall revenue. Everson and Dallier, they would end up leaving, but the company also managed to gain a Wall Street friendly face in Nick Giovanni, who became CFO after years at Goldman Sachs, leading tech companies through that IPO process. And all of this to say, Instacart may have the team and it may even have the profitability in place to finally tap public markets. Certainly pressure has been building internally from employees who haven't been able to cash in on its rise. Remember, this is one of the oldest unicorns out there, more than 10 years. But the big question that remains is, are the markets and investors ready? Leave out the Magnificent Seven. Most of tech is still below 2021 peaks. Instacart has slashed its own valuation a number of times. And really the key here is, will those numbers that we're going to see in that IPO prospectus that could happen as soon as the next few weeks, will that back up what has been hinted that this is a different kind of gig company, largely resting on that advertising and enterprise promise?
I'm curious, Deirdre, if what growth looks like for Instacart right now, because they're in this awkward moment where people think that COVID was as good as it gets for online grocery, and not just Instacart, but everyone doing online grocery, and now it's back to in person.
Right. How sticky is that habit? I mean, I know that I still order my groceries online, but that's key, right? I live in San Francisco. A lot of folks here order their groceries. How many sort of Americans still are ordering post-pandemic? So it did see incredible growth, at least reportedly throughout the pandemic. But the key is, what does that look like now? We can look to Uber Eats and DoorDash as maybe a hint, and we see that their food delivery businesses have held up pretty well, but they're moving into grocery. So how much of that market have they taken from an Instacart? And, you know, you could argue that Instacart missed its window. These numbers would have looked a lot better during the pandemic when we saw DoorDash and Airbnb go public. So now it has to contend with sort of the pandemic being over and people getting back to normal. So that's what many are curious to see. Me, definitely.
Yeah, that was a crazy time. We'll see what this does for the market overall, if and when it happens. Dee, thanks. Deirdre Bosa today on Instacart.
The other thing is what's happening with market share, because Kroger and Target and Walmart are all investing heavily in online grocery, click and collect grocery. Those are the big ones in the room. NVIDIA, Rosenblatt giving a new street high, $800 price target for this name ahead of earnings. The analyst behind the call joins us when Squawk on the Street comes right back.
TOP ripping, guys. TOP.
Trial.
NVIDIA has been finally feeling the heat this past month, despite this year's massive run-up. But this week, the street has been banging the table, saying NVIDIA has further to climb heading into next Wednesday's earnings. Barclays calls it their best idea. Deutsche says AI demand will stay at these frenzied levels. Morgan Stanley reiterates top pick. And then there's Rosenblatt grabbing our attention this week amid a slew of price target hikes, going to a street high 800, implying more than 80% upside. The analyst behind that call joins us this morning, Rosenblatt's Hans Mosesmann. Definitely got our attention, Hans. I guess not just the target, but sort of how you're looking at valuation on a stair step in earnings over the next couple of years, right?
Yeah, so what happens here is that they probably unconstrained have the opportunity of earning for next calendar year as much as $20. The following year, it could be mid to high 20s. The issue is that they're constrained, and they're probably going to be constrained for the next year and a half.
What's your sense right now about what's getting pulled forward and whether or not they are, from a demand standpoint, actually stealing from the future?
No, we have too many data points that are supporting that this is real demand, and it's across a broad range of AI players and ASIC players. We have a conference next week called The Age of AI. We have a bunch of privates coming in. They're seeing the same thing. AMD is seeing the same thing. This is the real deal. This is an everything cycle. It's never been seen before. You can't compare it to a 3G infrastructure cycle or a handset cycle. It's the real deal. And the kicker here is that NVIDIA is able to sell these Hopper products for 2 and 3 times above the previous generation cards. It's amazing.
I feel like every analyst is bullish on NVIDIA right now, Hans. You're not alone, and they would lay out the exact case that you just made, but the average price target is in the 500s. Why do you think this is $800 stock worth $2 trillion? Where's the gap?
Well, we have a fundamental view of the cycle. This is the mother of all cycles, and this is secular. This company has an earnings power that is amazing. In the next 4 or 5 years, half of their business is going to be software subscriptions and royalties. And so the valuation, we're not even aggressive on valuation. We're using a 40 times multiple. But what the issue is that you have to look at unconstrained demand, and that is probably 50% above what people are modeling. So if you're using what's consensus numbers, you come up with $500 or $600 price targets. But why even bother with these multiples? I think that this is the real deal. This has been our single best idea for the past several years.
Hans, 2 questions. One is, would you expect there to be a bit of a sell in the news dynamic after the print next week? And how much attention do you as a sell-sider pay to other targets? Was the 800 done with the knowledge of what the prior street high was?
Well, we may have been the prior high on the street. The data points that we're getting is that demand is getting stronger and stronger. Lead times are pushing out. So there is no reason why, people fret over the $1 trillion market cap. There's no reason why over the next, 6 to 8 years, it could be 2 trillion, 3 trillion. This is the real deal. And NVIDIA has created a model that nobody in technology can even touch. So this is the issue. In terms of the quarter, yeah, I think people expect a beat, and they should guide up. The incoming calls that I'm getting from investors is that they want to own this, and I think this is going to work into the print.
I was talking to Mike Santoli about your call, and I think the one question that we just don't know that would test the bullish thesis is the time frame for the build out of AI, and what the risk is that this could be just a 1 to 2 year kind of phenomenon.
Well, we think it's secular. It's not going to continue to grow at a 60, 70, 80% clip, but we think that there is a change. We think that the overall semiconductor industry is doubling, maybe tripling the historical growth rate of 4%, because this is going to be pervasive in everything. And so it's leading to significant additions to content for all kinds of applications. A car, 20% of the bill of materials in a car is going to be semiconductors over the next 5 years, from 3 or 4% over the past year. So we think that this is the real deal. This is not a 2-year cycle. It's a secular cycle. Things will slow down, but they will be significantly higher than what people expect.
Well, we started the hour with a discussion with PIMCO's chief about the promise of AI as a use case.
Yeah, he's using it. They've got a partnership with OpenAI.
You got to get shovels somewhere. Hans, it's a fascinating call. Appreciate you talking about it. Thank you.
You got it. Take care.
Up next, classic cars are flashing warning signs about the high-end consumer. We're going to explain after the break, live from the Pebble Beach car auction. That is, of course, where Robert Frank is. We'll be right back.
CNBC.
Welcome back. What can high-end classic cars tell us about the economy? Robert Frank is at the Pebble Beach car auction, has some answers today. Hi again, Robert.
Well, Carl, Pebble Beach is a window into the money and the mood of the wealthy, and right now there are signs of caution. The total sales expected to be around $420 million this year. That's about 10% below last year. Classic car prices are down 7% this year, year to date so far. That's the first time that's happened in a while. And experts say that the big collectors here this weekend are ready to bid, at least so far.
The biggest collectors in the world are here to either reshuffle their collection or think about buying. And so far the demand is much stronger than expected.
The question is a lot of supply, guys. There are over 150 cars up for sale for more than $1 million. And part of the challenge is we're seeing a big generational shift in classic cars where the baby boomers and older collectors, they are selling their entire collections. And this new wave of collectors, they like the newer 80s and 90s cars. So the result of that is that, you know, this car here, this Buick, 1947 Buick, we're seeing is priced at around $70,000. So that's created some dislocation in the market. We'll see where it all shakes out. The most expensive car this weekend is a Ferrari, and tonight we will have an exclusive interview with the CEO of Ferrari, Benedetto Vigna. We're going to talk to him a lot about what's happening in China, what's happening with the high-end consumer in the U.S., and of course,
one of my
EVs.
favorite car
and yes,
brands.
Sarah, a lot on Formula One.
It's
Better
Ferrari.
ask him why they're number 4 and not number 1, even though they've got two great drivers. Robert, on the classic cars, I wonder how important it is for those valuations as it relates to new cars. Is it like sneakers where the most valuable old school names mean that that's what's cool right now?
That's part of it. The other part of it is new cars were so hard to buy during the pandemic, as were used cars, that all of that started to spill over into the classic car market, and it raised the values for everything. And now we're seeing new cars and used cars easier to get, coming down in price. That may be one reason why we're seeing a little bit of a letdown in price in classic cars, because all cars are easier to get right now.
All right, good point. Robert, thank you. Robert Frank from Pebble Beach. Some big news on Starboard and a new stake this morning. Something Jeff Smith, remember, hinted at when he was on this show about a month ago. Remember this?
I do think there are good opportunities in the restaurant space. I'm not ready to talk about it, but we do think there are really good opportunities. we do think there are really good opportunities in the restaurant space.
Well, turns out he does, because we just learned that that's Bloomin' Brands. Starboard disclosing a 9.9% stake in the company this morning. Stock's up nearly 40% on the year, but long-term has underperformed. Bloomin' Brands telling CNBC, quote, "We are committed to driving shareholder value and take all viewpoints of stockholders into consideration." What I've learned here about the stake and the conversations is that they're very friendly, and Starboard looks forward to a pretty open dialogue with management, and that Starboard thinks that the stock is undervalued. And they've got a lot of experience operationally with restaurants and turning them around. Darden is the prime example, and there's a lot of comps there because it's a conglomerate. They had Olive Garden. This one's Outback.
Yeah, friendliness is the hallmark of this activist era right now.
So far.
Have a great weekend. Let's get to the judge on this Friday.
Carl, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Walker, front and center this hour. Another tough week for stocks amid questions about just how far this correction might go. The investment committee debating your best moves in this still unsettled market. And joining me for the hour today, our investment committee, Carrie Firestone, Steve Weiss, Josh Brown, and Brian Belsky. BMO's Brian Belsky here on set too. Happy to have him. Check the markets. Dow's positive, highs of the day, 65 points thereabouts. S&P is now green as well. So you've had some buyers come in. NASDAQ is picking up the rear, and that's kind of the way it's been for the last couple of weeks. Josh, you've got some technical difficulties, as we would say. Dow, S&P, NASDAQ all below their 50-day moving averages yesterday. You've got sort of momentum is dried up.
It's a little
Third
goofball
negative
kind
week
of.
in a
But he's
row. Russell's not doing well, so you can sort of pick the area of the market you want to pick on, because there's a lot of places to
we
look
have
at.
Josh Brown.
So I've been in the camp that this is seasonal and is what you should expect in the month of August, and I have a million charts that back that up, and I'm not ready to move away from that argument. If things get materially worse, I may be forced to rethink that. I do not think that this is about all of a sudden there's going to be this renewed push for a ton of new rate hikes. And in fact, most people, you ask them what's going on in the market this month, why did August suck so much? They'll tell you, oh, well, the odds of the rate increase are substantially higher. No, they actually aren't. Actually, it's a 90% chance of no hike and a 10% chance of a 25 basis point hike, and that would be okay. I don't think that is a huge difference. Now, we do have some positioning stuff going on, and a lot of the macro people will tell you, look at yields all over the world. They're higher. Okay. It's a steepening. It's what you should have. If GDP now forecasts are to be believed, we're going to have another quarter of strong growth. Why wouldn't we have more steepening? So for me, that's enough. One area of concern, and I'd love to get Belsky's take, maybe 7.25 is too high.
Brian Belsky,
for
that's
30-year
right.
mortgages. Like
Brian
maybe that's
Belsky.
where things get real. And the sell-off in home builders yesterday was probably the proximate cause for that was probably that mortgage number. Maybe that's where I have the most concern. How much higher can that go before something gets hurt? But other than that, I'm just not seeing what other people are seeing. And I think this is a textbook August doldrum kind of pullback.
Yeah. Brian, the correction thus far, S&P is down about 5.5%. I thought Goldman's Tony Pasquarello sort of set the scene well in his most recent note where he says, quote, liquidity is ebbing, price action skittish, and tactical nerves are suddenly a bit frayed. That pretty much sums it up.
I love ebbing, right? I mean, Josh and I were talking beforehand, and you go back and look at my career, and August is always something going on. And remember, last year was very, very volatile heading into September. And so we're not surprised to see this weekend. We've been talking this weakness. We've been talking about this for quite some time. And you talk about the home builders, Josh. I mean, I think people forget that.
All right, we closed above yesterday's close. That was a nice push.
So this could simply be some profit taking, number one.
That was
number
a
two,
whole nice push, gang. Looked like we might have to go get some calls. Hey, look. We knocking.
I think that's an area that
are they going to answer the door?
With these types of reactions on
do we
stocks
put
that
some
have
at
been
risk?
outperforming,
We got
Scott,
some nice profits in our pocket that we put capital back to work.
So you bumped
As
your
soon
target
as
on
it
the
looks
S&P up
juicy,
on
guess
June
what?
5th. Yeah. Right, from 4,300 to 4,550.
You got so much
At what point
resistance
you
ahead
start
of you.
getting
I
a
don't
little
know if I
nervous
can go
about
long yet.
4,550, just given the unsettled nature of where
mean,
we're
the buying is there.
And also seasonally, as you said,
starting
September,
to
October
make
could
a
be a little
lower
tough.
high.
September, October could be a little tough. I'm
MACD
actually
just
more
made a
worried
higher
that
high. That's
45.50
cool.
might be too low because I think the way
That's
earnings
really
are coming in,
fucking
Scott.
cool,
so the way
bruh.
that earnings are tracking,
So
I
if we
think
get
there's
this
a very good shot that we
RSI
make it to our bull
to
case
pull
of
itself down a
230,
little bit,
and I think that could ultimately
then I
bring
will
stocks
look for a
higher
long.
in October, November, December.
But
Remember,
do you guys
September,
remember how I told you that
we're
this
more back to
it
normal
felt
than we
like
have
the
been the last few
RSI,
years.
the way it
September's
was
conference
acting,
season.
was
We're going out
pushing
and
the
visiting
stocks
companies,
higher?
we're talking to companies. This has been the bottoms-up stock picking type market this year. And this
Takes
is
some
all
time to
about
really
fundamental
fully
stock
understand
picking.
what
So
I
do
just
think
said.
we're going to see some
That
sort
RSI
of a rebound and
was
really
telling
strong
me that
fourth
we
quarter,
were
which
pushing
actually get us
higher,
closer to the 50-50 level.
But you know what's not back to normal? It's sort of back to abnormal is China.
That
Next,
analysis
this
was
overhang that we're
correct.
trying to assess. The recovery was sluggish, and now it looks like a deceleration in growth there. And, where the market was able to brush that off for a while, seems like it's having a harder time doing so now.
I think from a growth perspective, that's why I think Josh is spot on with respect to the potential for further rate increases. If China is actually going to be really slowing like everybody thinks it is, then the Fed may have to think the opposite direction, number one. Number two, remember, emerging markets in China did very well last year. So this could also be part of the unwind on that side. But there's no doubt that there's massive fundamental and macro issues in China that we've been avoiding.
Yeah, so Carrie, Michael Hartnett over at Bank of America sort of sees this swoon, if you will, through the summer. Maybe you go to 4,200 late summer. But there are others who say, okay, and I think Brian is channeling this point of view as well, that even if you have some selling here and some profit taking in tech, that you get through the fall and it could be a little ugly like it typically is. And then you have a ramp, though. And you have a ramp into the end of the year that can still get you to some nice targets.
Well, that would be quite a swoon if we go to 4,200, and we're not thinking that's going to happen. I suspect that people will start to take the opportunity.
Oh, I
with
do.
Some of the tech names that
Go to
they've
Twitter,
missed
guys.
begin
Answer
to
that
nibble.
poll.
It's interesting
Why would
that
you
it's a
not think
Friday
we're
in
going to
mid-August.
420?
Market opens down. A lot of
Are you
Fridays when
crazy?
the market is
There's
down
no
after a bad
support.
Thursday. That continues.
There's
and it
no
accelerates
support at
into the
420.
day. What's happened so far
you
today is that
crazy?
we're seeing a settling down, and people are coming in and
There's
buying.
nothing but
So obviously
resistance
people
at
are
420.
watching,
There is
investors are
no
watching what's
support
happening
at 420.
with these names that have led the market.
Just resistance.
And
We
in
are
general,
going
as
to
Brian
see
pointed out,
420.
earnings were decent. They were better than feared. And if GDP is really in the 4 to 5% range or even higher, we're going to start to see that in earnings. You know, we're a consumer economy. If consumers are spending, which we've heard that they are, and we see that they are, then you're going to have numbers that are going to give people encouragement to buy those names into 2024 because, you know, the market underneath the top names is not that expensive. You know, if you look at small and mid-cap names, they're 14 times earnings, and the multiple of the largest companies are coming down, even if, you know, Google, for example, and Meta are not very high multiple stocks. They're below the market multiple. So, you know, I think that settling down right now is a good idea. It is healthy. It was what we needed to see with the mega cap names, and that's what we're experiencing.
Yeah,
but we can start also to see buying.
I know everybody always says that, though. Well, it's healthy. It's what we needed to see. And until you're actually going through it, right? I mean, we all know that story. By the way, we've been talking a lot, Weiss, about, you know, the inability of the market to find its footing, so to speak, as long as interest rates continue to go up. You know, rates have been backing up. Now today, at least, they're backing off. Apple's been going down pretty consistently. Buyers coming in, though. It was red. Now it's green. And it's no surprise that as those phenomenon happen, it's enabled the market to turn a corner, at least as we come on the air here, and get back into positive territory. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think today is tied to yields. So that had been the story. So while I agree with Josh that the base case remains the same, which is that the Fed's done, inflation's under control, and the economy is strong, and it'll be no landing, soft landing. That's the base case. But there have been some nicks in that story recently. And the nicks are, will there be China contagion into the U.S.? Are rates too high? And will they stay higher for longer, which has been my base case? And then, is there going to be some softening? Is is what the Fed's done over the last year and change finally trickling into the economy, as well as you see student loans and savings? Savings have been completely depleted if you look at some of the data that's come out. So those are the nicks in the armor, and it's exacerbated by high volatility rather, and low volume in this seasonal period. So look, I think the market's okay, but I think it's a great opportunity to trade the market in certain instances. Today being a perfect example. Meta was down, $9 or so I took the opportunity to buy a trading position in addition to the position that I had. As you may recall, I shaved it about a month ago. So you get opportunities to trade if trading is part of your expertise. If it's not, you're best off just buy and holding. But the other thing that's really hit home, and when you take a look at Apple, I think it's a prime example, is that people realized, hey, valuations were excessive, that the move in the market was multiple expansion, and by the way, some of these stocks did not deserve it. Apple, in my view, being one of those. So, look, I think at this point you'll be more realistic in valuations going forward than just a pure momentum market. This is going to take some work to figure out what you want.
PEs, mega cap PEs have come in, obviously, as the stocks this month, for example. Yep. Apple's down 11.5%. Microsoft 6.5%, Alphabet 4.5%, Meta 12.5%, Nvidia 9.5%. Josh, you had to believe that there's so much optimism around those names that it wasn't going to take much more for buyers to come in. It's not like the stories have really changed. There's so much hype and optimism around AI and the positioning that these select companies have within that universe and where we think all of that's going. Buyers were going to come in. It's just, are you going to get enough buyers to come in to reverse some of that steeper selling in names like Apple, which, some have suggested could potentially trade back down into the 150s. Now, I don't know if you believe that or not.
So number one, we're talking about stocks that are up between 50 and 80% off their lows from less than a year ago, last October. If you froze the market right now and you told everyone, sorry, we're closed until December 31st, nobody in those stocks would be unhappy with their year-end 2023 performance. What's more interesting to me is if we're really going to get the rotation. And, you know, I was all on board with, okay, let's look at small and mid now. We had a really big run in the first half. Now let's pivot. And I wanted that to work for a lot of reasons. And it was working. You had this furious 15% rally for small caps, which had done nothing up until May. You had a lot of participation. I was with Eric Balchunas last night talking about ETF flows. All of the money was going into mid caps, going, you know, or equal weight ETFs, which is really interesting. But then look at August. The small names are doing worse. The Russell 2000 is down 8% month to date. The S&P is only down 5%. So that narrative might hold true for the rest of the year, or it might already be over. And I'd love to hear what your take is on that. Can we look at other stocks besides the S&P 50?
Well, Brian, to Josh's point, you're looking at small and mids, and you see attractive valuation. But that doesn't mean that attractive valuation means good buy now.
Right. So let's talk about the rotation and the back to normal and owning all these other types of asset classes from SMID to value to GARP and all of this. So what we looked at this week was the 4 major pillars. So relative performance versus the big caps, relative earnings growth, the relative valuation, and relative operating performance. And from all 4 of those, especially performance, obviously, because they've gotten killed, in valuation, we're seeing multi-decade lows. So that tells us that, especially on the back end, on the operating performance of these names, small mid-cap, in terms of return on equity and free cash flow, they're amazing names. And so we do believe that you want to have exposure there. And clearly, August was all about long duration assets being penalized, tech and small cap. So we think actually this is an amazing opportunity to do your bottom fishing and your work on a fundamental basis, this mid cap world, and really start to add to that type of allocation.
Do you think we're going to get to Josh's questions about a rotation, whether you're actually going to see it? Do you really think we're going to get it? And if so, why would you? Why would you?
I think everything's kind of going back to normal. So why wouldn't the investment cycle go back to normal? So you had shock in 2022. You have awe in 2023 because we feel a little bit better. But
what's everything going back to normal? What does that mean?
Well, we're going back to work. We are starting to see the trends of normalized earnings growth, normalized valuation, normalized interest rates.
We're still negative earnings growth, though. Let's not paint a rosy picture.
I'm talking over the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, okay, that's a much longer time frame.
Over the next 3 to 5 years. As you're an investor, we need to shake things out, and we're positioning for that. Steve said we're higher for longer. Yeah, that's great. Of course we're higher for longer. Higher for longer, and interest rates are going to be higher than zero.
But see, everybody, I mean, look, but anybody would come on and say, well, if your time horizon is 3 to 5 years, it's a good time to buy stocks because they traditionally go up over a 3 to 5 year period. That doesn't help people that much, I don't think.
But you have to go through
I would argue that helps people more than what's going to happen for the rest of the month of August.
Well, who cares about the rest of the month of August? We can talk about the rest of the year. I think it's potentially more relevant than thinking, well, just blanket advice. Well, 3 to 5 years is great. Earnings are going to be much better 3 to 5 years from now than they are today.
Wait till you see them 10 years from now.
It's a process, though, right? It's a process. You can't have one of these periods, Scott, where you have massive outperformance of growth for 10 to 12 years and no representation from value or no representation from small mid-cap. Remember, the best thing about America in terms of the growth is about small mid companies, not just the consumer, it's small mid companies. We think it's a burgeoning asset class that actually is massively under-owned, and from a contrarian basis, now the fundamentals are telling you to buy this. That's why we're so excited.
Less China exposure is the positive. If you equal weight a portfolio to 16, 17 times earnings, much less than market cap weight. The negative is, historically, more interest rate sensitive. So is that going to be a risk to the rotation, to the value trade? Do these companies have to roll debt?
He asked the question, Kerry. Josh does. What's your answer to that?
Will it make a difference because of interest rates? Well, of course, on the small and mid caps, they can move a lot. But this market, you're looking at 2 companies, Apple and Microsoft. They are worth about the same as the bottom of 300 names of the S&P 500. I mean, think about that. So, of course, those stocks move. I hope they move. What matters overall right now is, what those big guys, girls are doing, because 15% weight in 2 stocks, that's what you got in 300 names in the S&P. So we really all have to be concerned about how the market trades them.
Weiss, small, mid, or mega? What's the best way to go right now?
You know, it's really bottoms up, but here's what I'd say. If you look at what's happening in the lending market, credit is much, much tighter for small and mid-sized companies than large cap companies. And they need to keep borrowing. And if the economy does hit that rough spot, and look, the economy is not evenly advancing. We see that, you know, through reports actually, and you're right, Scott, earnings were down again this quarter. So we're in an earnings recession. Let's be clear about that. That impacts the small companies much more so than the larger companies who don't need to finance, particularly the ones that you highlight. They're cash cows. So they can still borrow if they need, and they don't need to below market rates, because who doesn't want them as a credit? But in terms of the lower, just any lending survey, any data coming out of the Fed shows that credit is getting very, very tight there. And even if credit weren't tight, what does it do to your margins when you've seen money go from free to go to 7% and higher, you know, during, you know, the past year?
What if I made the argument, though, to you, the time to be negative earnings on earnings was 6 months ago? Not today, because you have to at some point make the argument that they've troughed and that the negative earnings growth that we've seen is going to rebound, which is the projection for, you know, the earliest part and once you get into more significantly into 2024.
Yeah, earnings will rebound at some point. I'm not that optimistic right now. And the reason being is that rates are going to stay higher. So what's going to be the catalyst for earnings to have a significant pickup, right? Particularly as you've depleted the household savings that you have there, particularly as you see credit card delinquencies slightly moving up, particularly as you see household debt increasing. What will be the catalyst?
The other issue, I don't know. I just feel like if the economy is going to be much stronger than people think, there's your catalyst for an improving earnings picture. I don't necessarily think you need
inflation moderating.
That hurts margins a bit, obviously.
Inflation moderating is
I'd say inflation has helped earnings,
potential
actually.
Contributor to earnings troughing and then turning higher.
Yes, inflation has helped earnings. That's part of. I think
No. Let's all stop. Let's all stop. Inflation has helped revenue. Earnings can improve if we get to a situation where we're not just relying on pass-throughs of costs, but we actually have a situation where companies can breathe again. And if the labor market gets a little bit less tight, I would argue that that's a potential source of earnings improvement.
I want to turn our attention to in the final. Hang on, Weiss. I want to move on because I only have a few minutes left in this segment. I want to turn the attention to NVIDIA. Just because what's been happening with Megacap and the meltdown that we've seen, and I mentioned the stock this month is down 9.5%. We've been talking about it a lot, and for good reason, because, you know, Josh, you're the expert on this one, and the pressure's got to be real high. Just it'd be high enough anyway after the dramatic stock move that we've had, but now with the pullback, now with questions about Megacap tech, man, that bar is going to be real high next week for NVIDIA.
I agree, and you got street high targets now with 4 digits.
Almost every day you're getting a new target, you know?
Listen, there's a lot of enthusiasm for the stock. It's well-founded enthusiasm based on the fundamentals. The only real the debate is not, is NVIDIA going to kick ass this decade? The debate is, are you overpaying for that right now? And I can see where you could win that debate just very simply. This is one of the most expensive stocks ever in the S&P 500. Right now, actually, it is the most expensive. It's 40 times trailing 12-month sales. How many stocks have gotten to a valuation like that and have rewarded their shareholders 3 and 5 years out? Not a lot. The thing is, historically, gives you nothing on a 12-month look ahead. And you've had a lot of really expensive stocks continue to get more expensive or to excel. The most bullish thing I could say on NVIDIA is, yes, the price is higher this year, but the fundamentals have made a quantum leap forward. And if they execute, then the price will be justified. I can't tell you this is a cheap, great opportunity. Jump in it right now. I wish I could. It's just not the reality.
But maybe you feel better. I guess I'm asking you a question.
I will never feel better.
No, I'm asking you in terms of, you know, at least you haven't gotten a continued ramp up into the earnings. You've gotten the pullback.
Dude, so this stock was $120 a share like 16 months ago. I mean, yeah, it's great that it didn't go up another 30% this quarter, but the pressure is definitely, I agree with your original premise. This is tough. This is tough. You want to be in it. Look, data center opportunity, $250 billion. They had 6% of it. They're probably going to have like 30% of it. That's the opportunity here. That's why everyone's so excited. You're just not getting that all in one quarter. Yeah. So that, I mean, that's the risk here.
You own it too?
Yeah, we own it in 2 or 3 portfolios.
You as concerned as I am that it's made the move?
No, because this is a stock picking environment. Two best in brand names in terms of semiconductors, AMD and NVIDIA, and I think they're going to continue to run the ship. The issue is that what you were talking about is maybe investors are going to buy the news instead of selling the news. That's where Scott is kind of going on that, right? So what we've seen is some of these names.
No. I'm not going on that. I'm just saying that the dynamic feels like it's maybe a little better going into a print with a pullback rather than a further ramp.
Correct.
For a stock that's already up 200% year to date.
Correct. You have more risk of selling into
how much is the pullback even though? It's not a substantial pullback.
No, I said it's down 12% from its 52-week high. It's not even down 10% fully over the month that we've witnessed the pullback, Brian.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's, again, one of those names that are a very short list of names that you want to start bottom fishing heading into September.
Maybe it's the most critical. I know we keep hyping Apple up because it's the size of the market cap makes obvious sense, but maybe NVIDIA is the most important stock in this market right now.
First of all, it's $1 trillion. Second of all, I think a large part of the NASDAQ rally that we had this spring into summer was predicated on the AI story. It came out of nowhere, and it enabled us to all stop talking about the Fed and CPI. So NVIDIA has to deliver because a lot of other large cap stocks that have had big run-ups this year are reliant on that AI story being intact. The infrastructure, the build, the demand, that has to stay good for a lot of other stocks, not just NVIDIA. Arguably, it's more systemic than Apple.
All right. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to discuss a bullish call on one stock trading at 6-year lows today. Josh called it a value trap earlier this week. The debate on that trade is coming up next. We're back on The Half in just 2 minutes.
8555.
We're back on the half. Let's get to our call of the day now. It's Mizuho sticking with its buy rating on PayPal. They say the stock has more than 50% upside. Earlier this week, though, Josh said he wouldn't touch it.
I think PayPal is a huge value trap. There are a lot of people that come on our show that talk about this as being cheap. I think Apple and Google Pay options are just absolutely draining their moat. It's at a 6-year low today. I still wouldn't buy it.
Carrie, you own it. So what do you think about the call? 50% upside and what Josh had to say the other day.
And for like the last year, in fairness.
Yes.
In fairness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the opposite of Meta, of course. I mean, Meta is a stock that was down a similar amount. I mean, I think PayPal's down 80% from the peak, and Meta was down 70-something%. And everyone said they've got nothing left, that no one cares about Instagram. It's all going to be TikTok. And many people on the show came on and said, forget Meta, it's done. They changed the name and, it's a disaster forever. PayPal has the dominant market share in payments. I understand that this has not been a great stock. It's been a horrible, horrible stock. It trades at 10, 11, or 12 times earnings. That's not the point. It's in the penalty box because it's not performing. They now have a new CEO. Anyone who's owned it and who hasn't bought more means their position is very small. So we're hoping that something happens, that Alex Gritz can do something to make this stock
What do you want him to do?
perform, that revenues start to look better. What do we want? We want to see them beat the numbers. Making the numbers isn't good enough. They've been making the numbers, maybe beating them, and then they essentially take down guidance. They've got to start raising guidance. We have to start seeing revenue growth. And that's not been happening.
Revenue
so
growth
I'd say it's in the penalty box for us.
Revenue growth is now 7%. It's been falling every
it's
quarter
terrible.
for the last 3 years. When it goes negative, are you going to be concerned with we want them to beat the number, or are you going to be more concerned with maybe there's a structural issue here?
Yeah, there could be, and we won't own it then. And it's not a stock we're proud of. We have many names that have done great this year, and unfortunately, this has been a terrible. It's down 15% in a market that's up more than 15%. So,
It's actually,
who would want to own it? I mean, it's
Weiss. It's
this
fairly
year.
stunning. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this market cap of PayPal, within the last couple of years, I think, was more than Bank of America.
$300 billion.
Weiss is frozen.
60. It's one of the worst.
Well, Weiss, you back?
We got him.
I'm here. I didn't go anywhere. Look, the issue with. Am I good?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. The issue with PayPal, and you have to be aware, and in the private markets know this, is that there are no shortage of apps that have raised significant capital that don't make any money, that are going right after PayPal. So PayPal started out with almost the entire share. Now their share is down to about 54%, and I believe trending lower. So it's become very, very competitive. It's a very tough space, and frankly, I just wouldn't be there. I agree with Josh. I mean, fintech is ubiquitous. Payment applications, ubiquitous. There's always a better mousetrap on something like this. So I would stay away from it.
Look, you can't short it because anything down 80%, the sentiment is so bad that it wouldn't take much of a glimmer of hope for this stock to rally like 10% in one day. So this is not a call like, oh, I think it's going to zero. I'm just saying there are a lot of stocks you could buy. This one is fighting with Apple and Google and every fintech that Steve Weiss just mentioned and Gravity. And it's going to be very difficult. The new CEO is a good move. I don't think it would have happened absent the activists. But the activists,
by the way, is gone.
They left. They left it at a 6-year low. So and now this is the last thing I want to say on this. And I think this is important. Now you have a company that effectively had this deal with eBay where they were the built-in cash register of record for that entire ecosystem. That sunsetted a long time ago. The two companies split up. And other than the pandemic, when everyone had to buy everything online overnight, outside of that, they never really found their thing that only they could do and no one else could do. The guy that's the new CEO seems promising, but understand, he's a guy that acquires things. He was at Intuit, and he bought MailChimp, and it was a very expensive, I think, good acquisition. Does PayPal have the patience of its shareholders to start doing acquisitions right now?
I don't know. Carrie, last word quickly to you. You sound as though you're going to be patient with this name rather than just sell it and move on and take the L.
We're going to give them a chance. I don't think we're going to be patient for long. We've been patient already. And, the clock is ticking.
Yeah. All right, let's get the headlines now with Leslie Picker. Hey, Les.
Hey, Scott. A historic summit underway at Camp David with the leaders of Japan and South Korea. President Biden began the meeting by saying, quote, our countries are stronger and the world is safer as we stand together. The leaders have committed to a new pledge to consult with each other if there is a security crisis in the Pacific. The agreement comes as the countries look to tighten security and economic ties amid increasing concerns of aggression from North Korea and China. Former President Donald Trump is seeking to delay his federal election interference trial. Trump's attorneys asked for a trial start date in April 2026, more than 2 years after prosecutors are looking to get the trial started. Cruise and Waymo's robo-taxi app saw a surge in downloads after being approved to expand operations in San Francisco. The companies are able to start charging for driverless rides in the city with no limit on the number of robo-taxis on the road. Downloads were up nearly 70% for Waymo and nearly 80% for Cruise in the 5 days following approval. I was not one of those downloads, Scott, but I do trust robo-taxis more than my own driving skills. So I see a market there.
All right. Leslie, thank you. Leslie Picker. Coming up, our chart of the day. Palo Alto's plunge ahead of a rare Friday evening earnings report. Christina Partsinevelos joins the committee next with what to watch for. Halftime is back just after this. We are back. Shares of Palo Alto moving slightly lower today as it gears up for a rare Friday afternoon earnings release. That decision to report on a Friday in the summer after the close is raising a lot of eyebrows. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with more. Good to see you. Dan Ives, by the way, who loves this stock, and he covers it. Now, he put out a note yesterday. He said that it was
the biggest eyesore. I have it, actually. I'm going to mention that. I have it full.
Today, he told us, he said it's simply because they did it on the Friday night, fears of a horror show.
Oh, wow.
Fears of a
That's
horror
even
show.
worse. He's getting even more.
Well, he says the bark's likely to be worse than the bite, but still, one of the worst IR moves ever, according to Dan Ives. By the way, he's going to be on Closing Bell, but nonetheless, I digress.
Yeah, the company actually, since they announced that on August 2nd, the stock has actually dropped 18% wide. To your point, Dan Ives' point, speculation that the company could be hiding something bad since maybe attention tends to dissipate on Friday afternoons. Guidance, though, is a concern. Competitors Fortinet say customer billings will grow about 10% year over year in December 2024 quarter. That's down from 18% in the June quarter, down from 30% in the March quarter. And earnings are also soft for Fortinet, which is why the street may be fearing the worst for Palo Alto. In the Palo Alto's press release, though, they did say they would provide full year 2024 guidance and update medium-term goals throughout fiscal 2026. So I was just chatting with Sarah about this earlier. Maybe they're being considerate to analysts to allow them to update their models in time. And according to her, she said that there's a sales meeting this weekend as well. So perhaps they're just being nice. And free marketing, right? We're talking about it. We're hyping it up. Every single news outlet or business news outlet has mentioned these.
You know why investing is so hard? This was a $255 stock in June, record high. And now it's like the world is coming to an end like a month later because of the date they scheduled their earnings. What if it's a non-event?
Well, that's not the only reason. Microsoft launched two products which compete more squarely than ever against Palo Alto. So that really started the decline. And let's not forget that the pop in the stock was largely attributed at the time to inclusion in the S&P. So there are other factors here. The momentum died, reversed. But Microsoft is a real threat. And then, as we just heard, you've seen some enterprise slowing in terms of spending. So it's not just that it turned on a dime for no reason.
You got the stock.
Yeah, we own it.
Do you think this is
you have 3 hours to get out.
Much ado about nothing or what?
So run
Can we
fast.
put a clock on the screen, please, a countdown?
No, it's tough to say. I mean, they may be playing all of us too. I mean, that could be, but no, we own the stock. We believe in the product and the vision of the company longer term. Again, this is one of these things where this is a name that's going to probably fall into your lap and you want to buy more after the dust clears.
CrowdStrike's the name you like. Why?
Well, they don't report on Fridays. Let's start with that. They don't pull that nonsense. No, I think I like the roadmap. The Falcon is their flagship, and they were talking about AI years before it became a buzzword on Wall Street, because what they're really trying to do is, as one of their customers on the network has an incursion, in real time, the system is updating all of their customers' shielding, so that it's not just let's deal with one break, one hack, one breach. Let's deal with this network-wide. And all of the best publicly traded businesses, especially NASDAQ companies, are these type of network effect companies. So if you think about it from that standpoint, the more Fortune 500 and large government organizations use CrowdStrike, actually, the stronger its protection gets, because the whole network is gaining from that intelligence in real time. So I like that story. I think it makes sense. The fundamentals have been great. A lot of growth here, and I think for the foreseeable future, they're going to have that area of the market and do really well. So that's why.
I guess we're going to see you in overtime then on this summer Friday.
Yeah, I have a flight. I was hoping I wouldn't have to cover it, but I guess
Thanks a lot,
I got to stay.
Palo Alto.
Yeah. Happy hour drinks gone out the window.
No change fees. We can
Jeez.
bump it a little later. I'll see you on Closing Bell, too. All right, Christina Partsinevelos. Up next, Mike Santoli with his midday word. We're back after this. senior markets commentator Mike Santoli, as you see, is here with us now. So we have some buyers come in. You figured it was going to happen at some point.
You figured it was going to happen. Maybe you would have understood the circumstances when you finally, after yesterday's action, started to click to some oversold conditions. And then 4.25 ends up being this level on the 10-year. Clearly, everybody's watching. They had the trades preloaded. Also, a 5% drop from the high is kind of where things, if you believe it's a bull market, where you start to say the odds go in your favor. Obviously, nothing is settled today. We don't know if this stabilization is going to continue, but it shows you that it wasn't at least kind of a one-way down ticket all the way into Friday's options expiration, at least not as of right now.
Yeah. So, we're thinking about NVIDIA. Apple has a nice bunch of buys come in, so it goes green. You fellas are going to be hosting at 6 o'clock tonight, taking stock, right?
Yeah.
What are we looking to do here?
They're letting us do it again. I mean, we have a long time to figure that out, I guess. But NVIDIA is going to be one thing, and we might actually debate it.
I think we are going to. I think it seems from the early meetings about tonight's show there might be a debate. There's a lot. This is actually a pretty good week. There's a lot of stuff that's gone on. We're going to give you the Santoli Brown rendition of it and look ahead to next week. So if you're hanging out tonight, get the party started a little bit later. Finish with us 6 to 7 o'clock.
Visual aids
on CNBC.
Palo Alto may be a significant part of the story
what happens.
tonight.
We're going to have something fresh to work with.
What do you make of that, by the way? Just this Friday night earnings.
Look, I think it's probably just a one-off circumstantial thing for company-specific reasons. I was saying earlier, there was a time you didn't know when companies were going to report exactly. It's not like now everything is stage managed. I also remember a couple of companies used to report during the trading hours. National Semi, they would just throw a tape bomb out there.
Yeah.
Nobody complained.
They only do it now if it's a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
All right, you'll be looking.
Then you got to file the 8K really fast.
Yes, exactly. All right, guys. Well, break a leg tonight.
All right, thanks a lot.
Look forward to that. That's Mike and Josh. They'll be 6 o'clock taking stock. Up next, some committee moves in tech. We hit those after the break.
Business qualifies.
Heard one of our committee members was making a few moves today. He's Bill Baruch. Some fresh buys in tech, which is why he is joining us now. It's good to see you. So you bought more Apple. Right, you trimmed it late July. Why now? It's taking advantage of this pullback, I suspect.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Judge. 10% from where we sold it. It's moving down pretty good into, I like to look at the broader market right now, too, as a measured downside from where we've seen here this sell-off. You talked about PayPal earlier in the segment, and you know who's eating PayPal's lunch is Apple. They're eating into that with Apple Wallet right now. I think their diversification of revenue streams is getting a little unnoticed, and then spreading into emerging market economies is definitely something too.
Another A is on your list. You sold Adobe on July 27th, but now you've bought it back.
Yeah, we're actually buying it back roughly where we sold it. This stock has held up extremely well through all of this volatility. We're doing a couple of marketing projects with outsourced marketing companies, and everybody's using Figma. I like where Adobe's positioned across the space and creativity. But momentum behind this name has done really well too.
And lastly, a name that Josh knows very well, and he can opine on it after I bring it up. Oracle, the new buy. Why?
Yeah, Oracle's a new stock we haven't owned, and it's done tremendous this year. They're arguably one of the top earnings beats this year. Have done well since that June report. Have held really well out above there. I'm trying to find the companies that have done really well in earnings this year. Maybe not Apple so much, but and I think the momentum will be there. I'm looking again that measured downside when this rate of change in the bond market stops. I think that we're going to see tech be able to start moving higher, and I want to own the leadership.
Josh, Oracle.
Hold it right around here. It's not a stock that I've taken off my radar. Like I continue to follow it. I'd probably get more interested on the next breakout. I think it's in for some consolidation. This is a stock that's made a huge move. It went from being one of the cheapest large cap tech. Now it's a 37 PE. It's among the more expensive, deserved because they've been executing. But I probably want to buy this with more of a technical catalyst. But I do think Bill will make money here.
Yeah, up 40+% year to date. Brian Belsky. Huge balance sheet, great cash flow monster. We've owned it in our value portfolio for 5 years and not tactical for the last 12 or 18 months. It's got the best database in the world in terms of information, so of course it's going to be a great AI play.
All right. Hey, Bill, appreciate it very much. Appreciate you keeping us up on what's going on. We'll talk to you soon. That's Bill Baruch joining us with his new moves. Coming up, we'll give you the setup for next week. A handful of names that you need to know about are reporting results. There's some of them right there. Obviously, NVIDIA is the headliner. It's got Lowe's and Macy's and some others as well. We're back after this.
free consultation.
Another big week coming up for earnings. Autodesk is on our list, and it's on yours too, Carrie.
Yeah, so we think that Autodesk will have a decent quarter. This has been a stock that's been in the doghouse for a while. They make software provided for building, for all types of materials, industrial use. And it's time that the stock starts to turn around. It's really built a base. So numbers are starting to come in better. This quarter will be up quarter. By next year, they should be in the double digits for both sales and earnings. And so, you know, we think the number's going to be reasonably good. But it's about the guidance. It's going to be really about the guidance. And if they see that there's an improvement. Yeah,
okay.
Of course.
Brian, Medtronic and Lowe's.
You know, a couple great value names. Medtronic has been an area that is stock that's really focusing on their organic growth. Lowe's has been a great stock in terms of delivering earnings and dividends. So it's names that we've owned for a long time.
Weiss, Dick's Sporting Goods. That's next week as well, right? Tuesday.
It is. It is. Look, the stock's been a phenomenal stock. It's probably been one of the best acting retail stocks there is. But, you know, 150 is sort of my price target. It's about 10, 11 times earnings now. That sounds cheap relative to the market, but it's really not that cheap. So I can't really tell you if I'm going to be there when they report or not because I'm so close to the price target.
Josh, and
But I have no reason to believe that they won't have a good quarter.
Okay. Josh, you mentioned at the top, Toll Brothers. You mentioned sort of your concerns around housing. What's your view of housing stocks right here? Just given where mortgage rates are, these stocks had that really big run. Now what?
I think that we asked all year, I don't understand why isn't 5% mortgages hurting these home builders. Then we asked it at 5.5, then 6, then 6.5. Apparently the magic number is 7.25 on a I don't know why, but that was the point at which the bulls took profits or the bears came in or some combination. I think these stocks will catch themselves before this correction really becomes something more major, only because of the supply-demand dynamics and the demography at play. None of that changes no matter what you do with mortgage rates. So I'd be more looking to buy these stocks on weakness than take profits at this point.
All right, quick break. Final trades are next.
at night.
Closing bell, 3 o'clock Eastern. Bryn Talkington will be with me today, along with Dan Greenhouse. And as I mentioned before, Dan Ives. We're going to count you down to that Palo Alto release in overtime. Also taking stock. One more reminder, Josh and Mike, 6 o'clock Eastern tonight. You don't want to miss that. And let's do final trades. Carrie Firestone.
I'm going to give you a line. Align Technologies, it makes the clear liner, braces, had a great move at the beginning of the year, and it's really been treading water, building a base. We think people are starting to spend money on goods, and definitely braces are not a service. They're good.
Mr. Freeze, I.E. Weiss.
Dr. Freeze to you. Baba, look, the worse things get in China, the more likely they come with the big bazooka. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. History's going to repeat itself. Stock is compellingly cheap.
All right, good stuff. Thank you for that.
Baba.
Brian Belsky.
Yeah.
Raymond James, one of the last standing regional brokerage firms, a great place for a lot of the wirehouse brokers to go to, and down 10% year to date. I think it's a great bottom fishing candidate.
All right, good to see you. Thanks for being here. What do you got?
You know, it didn't pull back in August. Energy, IEO at a 52-week high.
All right, good stuff. Good luck tonight at 6.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you then. The exchange is now.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead this hour. Just as important as the jump in bond yields this week is the question of why this is happening. For good reasons like better economic growth, or for bad ones like too much supply and central banks losing control. We'll look at what's been driving these moves and where you can find the best value right now. Plus, some major earnings drama. Yes, shares of Palo Alto have dropped 17% since their unorthodox decision to hold their earnings call today, a Friday, after the market close. Dan Ives warns it's a PR disaster, but our analyst calls it a super fun summer Friday. He's not worried. He has a buy on the stock. He sees 30% upside from here. He joins us to make his case. And one big name investor drastically upped his stake in one high-profile stock, but our guest is not following his lead and says you shouldn't either. A special 3 bales and a buy 13F edition is coming your way. First, though, let's start with these markets, and we kind of have a turnaround depending on where you look, Dom.
Yes, it's been a momentum shift. Now, it hasn't been dramatic, but it's still, we're seeing maybe near the highs of the session right now, Kelly. To that point, I want to give you an idea of where the range is right now, because the Dow Industrials are up 23 points, just about flat on the session. It may not seem like a lot. The S&P 500 is down 6 points, or about 0.2% at 43.63. But here's the thing. At the lows of the session, we were down 35 points. We were actually up 2 at the highs. So we're kind of a little bit more towards that upper end of the trading range so far today, trying at least to recover a little bit from those steeper losses that we saw yesterday in the S&P and the NASDAQ specifically. The NASDAQ composite, speaking of, 13,262, down 53 points, or about 0.5%. That's the current state of play from the macro perspective. One place to keep a close eye on amid that bond carnage that we've seen on the Treasury side of things, pushing prices down and yields higher over the last week, is what's been happening to many of the regional banks. Remember the ones during the crisis earlier this year? We had some problems with mark-to-market accounting and some of the losses and asset values that have led to distress in some of these banks. Well, if you look at the rising rates and falling prices for bonds, they're having that similar kind of effect on some of these regional lenders right now. Zions Bancorp, one of the bigger laggards in the S&P over the last week, down 10%. Comerica, similar percentage decline, and same with Truist Financial. So watch that regional bank trade roll out, just something to keep a close eye on with rates. And then one other place that's been an underperformer over the last week has been in shares of Tesla, which is down another 2% after a drop yesterday alongside the broader market. $215 a share right now. We're on a 6-day losing streak that has seen us now drop from the highs earlier this year, roughly 28% below those levels. So again, keep an eye on Tesla.
I was looking to see if we could get back up to that gap fill.
Competitors maybe losing
That's
some ground
fucked,
there. The
man.
entire EV market, Morgan Stanley, as Adam Jonas says,
It's
there
not
could
over.
be an interesting development here with regard to what the dynamic is, Kelly, for supply and demand for EVs in China. Price wars may be looming.
We never got
Tesla
it.
shares
Well, we
watch
got
those
above
on
yesterday's
Sunday.
close.
Very interesting.
But
Dom, thanks very much. Well, investors are facing a big chicken or the egg question in the bond market, asking whether the recent surge in yields is growth-driven or more a reflection of massive Treasury supply. The 10-year yield hovering near
I was
its
wanting to
highest
get
level
next
since
week
back
in video.
2007.
just before the
I
great
just
financial
didn't
crisis
know.
hit and ushered in a
And I got
decade
tired,
plus
man.
of
I had
zero
to take a
rates.
little nap.
So should we expect yields to stay high now?
I think I had,
or not?
like, it
And
was
what
so bad
exactly
last
is
night. I
moving the
had,
bond market? Steve Leisman joins us now. Hi,
I had a
Steve.
cramp in my toe
Hey,
for
Kelly,
like
the
literally
recent sharp
all night.
increase in bond yields, most people peg it to the Fitch downgrade on August 1 and huge amounts of supply coming from the Treasury.
My cat
But
cut
I've
me
spoken
up.
to several top fixed income managers, and they said
And
there's
I
a
had
lot
to be
more
up
at play here. It's not clear the move is over yet as well, meaning more potential
early.
pressure could be coming on stocks. Here's what we call the bond voyage or the bond
So
voyage.
yeah, I know
Fitch
that
downgrade
sucks,
was,
bro.
is a big player
Look,
there,
I'm gonna
massive
show
new
you
supply,
why,
bigger
right?
player.
I'm gonna show you
But then
why
also
when do they get
better
calls
economic
for
data
next
and
week.
some strains on the demand side from Chinese and Japanese flows. Jay Barry, he's co-head of U.S. fixed income at J.P. Morgan. He adds to the list short-term issues like lousy August liquidity and investors being offsides in their positioning when we had those surprise announcements of all that supply. But the long-term issue could be that banks, central banks, and foreigners are not as big in the market as they have been. Barry says in a world where budget deficits are increasing, treasuries will have to be underwritten by a more price-sensitive investor, which is why we are calling at JP Morgan, that is, for a steeper yield curve in the second half of the year. Rick Reeder from BlackRock says it's just hard to go in and buy the long end of the treasury with all that risk when the short end is paying 5% and higher. When it's more clear, he says, that the Fed is closer to easing, there will be a greater demand for duration, but we clearly aren't there yet. All that said, one big-time bond investor I spoke with said,
Right there, right?
10-year,
You see that gap fill?
Sense. You figure a 225 to 250.
I wanted to see if we could get back up here. So, well, no, that's not it. Oh, you fuck! Are you kidding me?
10-year yields of the QE.
We're already above the gap fill. Fuck! I was looking at this.
All right, that's what a lot of people think.
That sucks.
Steve, stay with us. My next guest says those rising bond yields are increasing the likelihood of a recession, possibly as soon as the fourth quarter. But she warns the worst thing the Fed can do is stimulate further.
Because I put it up on my phone, I'm like, hey, if we turn around and if I get some calls,
so we're kind of like, I don't want to jump ahead, but
Nvidia's got a nice gap fill ahead of it.
About what is the risk
that I'm looking for support at.
The economy can clearly
I'm going to tell you exactly where I'm looking for it at.
It's going to be 13% this quarter or whatever the number is now.
Yeah, it's pretty high. I just
right there,
think
434. I'm going to show it to you.
It's not just bond yields. The Fed has obviously tightened very aggressively, and bond yields are increasing. You've had the biggest increase in the 10-year yield on a 3-year basis since the early 1980s. So we've had a very, very significant increase in yields. But because the economy hasn't hit a wall yet, there's a general perception that therefore it won't slow. But we do a lot of modeling. We just look at a lot of data. And our bottom line is it's the lagged effect of.
Oh, man, I should have looked on the hourly chart. Look at the hourly chart volume.
Mortgage rates. Treasury
That's
now
crazy.
Also
Look at this volume, bro. Nothing but green.
Further slow
it's actually pretty
activity.
big.
Oh, that's a key point. We have already seen a slowdown in the economy. Why has the PMI dropped below, clearly below 50? Why have employment gains slowed? Why has GDP slowed? Because the lagged effects of the Fed tightening cycle
gap,
is starting to
right
creep
where the
into
line
the
is,
economy.
433.85, 433.85.
Fourth quarter and or
I was looking at
into the
that
first
this
quarter of
morning, and I was
2024.
going to
But for now,
say,
we're sticking with the fourth quarter
you
as
know,
far as when
if we want to put on a trade, you could look for
will
next
start.
week's.
And then you have to add to that, banks are tightening lending standards very aggressively. It always works, but again, the currents of the leading indicators, there's a view that it hasn't happened in the economy yet, and therefore it won't.
As opposed to therefore, well, not that you're in the business of giving investment advice, Nancy, but under your quite plausible scenario here, you'd think, well, this doesn't feel like a scenario day by day in which yields would be pushing to new highs. So what do you think that's all about?
I just don't have no energy.
Well,
this sucks.
Steve, I'm surprised you didn't mention some of these huge
it's been a
wage
long
increases
week, I
that
guess.
we've
Maybe
been
we should
seeing
feel
out
this
of
way
many
because
of the
it's
unions that we're
Friday,
getting from
end of
the
the
airlines.
week.
Starting back actually with the rail workers last fall, the airline industry that were on the cusp of potential very, very tough negotiations with the UAW.
So I wanted to also go over that I didn't tell you guys.
10%. I started in the business when you were finally obviously killing inflation in the early 1980s. I've never seen wage increases as much as we've seen. And there's like a contagion.
I was thinking we were starting to get what we had a few months ago on Tesla.
30% pay increase over 4 years because of the UAL and American Airline wage settlement. So I think sticky inflation is not appreciated as also another reason why bond yields have moved higher. And now mortgage rates are
and it's
really
probably
over 7%.
still going down. I
The
was looking
housing
for the
gonna have
low
another tumble.
200s,
It's
if
almost
not
like we should
further.
start having you guys predict the misery
It bounced
index,
a
'cause
little bit.
Under Nancy's forecast, we have both rising unemployment and rising inflation, Steve, which is not a very pretty scenario. And so there's at least 3 or 4 plausible different paths people can lay out here.
So
and
right
I'm just curious,
here,
her points about wages are well taken.
we have the 200-day
wage
moving
data obviously
average
is
right
probably
there
the most closely followed data set if people
at
try to figure out what the
198,
long-term inflation pace will settle out to be.
196.
Yeah, I mean, Nancy's idea here. I'm sorry. Nancy's idea here is the
sorry.
scenario that really.
Did you have something to
incorporates the
say,
idea of
Nancy?
legs to
Nancy,
the
did you have
economy,
something
which
to
is
say?
that
I'm sorry.
We haven't seen the effects yet. I will say there's another side to
He
this.
should be
which
at
has
Jackson's
suggested that
Hole.
The lags in the economy.
He should be at Jackson's Hole.
Are lessened now than they used to be, and we've seen a lot of it already. There
So
are
who's going
guys
to take
on
the
the
old
Fed who
dog's
believes that
old
guy,
dog's
like
place?
Governor
Maybe
Chris
I
Waller,
should.
who
No,
say
maybe I
it's
should go in
the
on the
market,
morning
it's
show.
in
That'd
the
be
economy
cool.
already.
Maybe
I will sort of counter that and side a little bit more with
we get a
Nancy, which is
sheet
that
and we
as
sign
these
it.
rates rise and pervade the
And
economy,
we see if I
it
can
feels
take
more
Joe's
and more
spot
like
for the
there's less
morning
place
show
to hide.
in the
It was
morning.
one thing when you had like a
And
6
actually
or
make the morning
7%
show
mortgage
good.
rate,
Or
a
keep
5
Joe,
or 6%
and
mortgage
we'll,
rate.
you know,
Now that
we'll make
there's
it
7,
4.
It's like you can't call up another bank and find a somewhat lower rate someplace. That seems to be more pervasive right now. I have no doubt that there are drags, but I will say on the other side of that, I would say we've had very low unemployment, and there will be an effect on the unemployment rate. I just don't think that in this world where there's such a premium on labor, which is what's driving those wage gains, that you're going to see tremendous increases in unemployment and a recession.
Nancy?
It's not unusual. I went back and looked
It's
at the
not
data. We have a lot of
unusual
models, but I
to
went back
be-
and looked at the unemployment rate. And on average, it takes roughly 2 years for the beginning of a Fed tightening cycle to when unemployment rate actually increases. We are not yet out of the woods when it comes to potentially an increase in the unemployment rate. We think it starts in the fourth quarter. It's already stabilized. We think it starts in the fourth quarter. And quite frankly, these wage increases are going to put even more and more pressure on profit margins, and that snowballs into even weaker employment.
right,
So
is this
we're
it?
not out of the woods.
Is this
We
it
have
for
to go back and
Tesla?
look carefully,
Is
which
this
we
it for
did.
the SPY?
And it also
I don't
is
mean
a
to yell.
process for the Fed tightening cycle
I
to work
don't
its way
mean
through
to
the system.
yell, but
Corporate
something
revenues,
is
let's talk nominal
about to
revenues,
pop
have
off
already
here. It feels
slowed.
like
Real revenues,
nah,
a lot
because
of
that
these
shit happened
revenues are being
yesterday. It's
bolstered by
over with.
price
We're not
increases.
selling off
Just
like
look at
that
the staples
again.
industry. As the Fed is successful in squeezing out inflation, revenues are starting to deteriorate, and it takes roughly a year after revenues to deteriorate for companies to go, uh-oh, I really have to take cost-cutting measures and start to reduce employment.
The only thing I would say as a coda there, Nancy, is everything you're laying out to me sounds like a world in which inflation's going down. I just don't see how it's. We might get 40% wage negotiations now, but there's no way in a year or two we're going to face the same thing. And as things soften, like you're describing.
I agree. The word I'm using is sticky. We don't think inflation. We don't think core CPI accelerates from here. We think it's sticky, and it's sticky because of these wage increases. But I agree with you 1,000%. We think we need a recession, i.e., we need an increase.
I want y'all to get that bag for real.
To really see a
That's all I
sustained
want.
shift down in inflation,
Build a
and our
community
forecast is we're
here
going to get it. But it will be painful
with
for those
mother
companies that are
truckers
dependent
getting
upon these
that
price
bag.
increases to bolster their revenues.
60% odds by Q4, 70% by the first half. Real quick, final word, Steve?
Yeah, I just add that if you read what Powell said last year and read what's in the minutes last year at Jackson Hole, and read what was just in the minutes this week, the Fed itself believes that you need a period of below-trend growth in order to vanquish inflation. We certainly haven't got that. We're not headed there this quarter. Just to correct you, Kelly, it was 5% on the
wasn't it like
Fed now,
7?
not
Look,
13.
I thought I
JD,
saw 6 something.
5%.
I don't know.
I do.
Did they
Still-
ratchet
Maybe
up
not.
again? Maybe
That's
I
probably
mentioned
how
a
it
recent.
felt to me. I
pulled
think
back a little
I'm
bit.
just projecting how it felt.
As you know from my work this far out, it is overly optimistic by at least by around 2 percentage points. But in any event, this is one of the big questions for I'll be asking next week in Jackson Hole is how satisfied is the Fed with an economy that for the last 4 quarters since they last joined at Jackson Hole with an economy that's running at or above potential?
Great
and will
point.
that be enough to bring down inflation?
Right. If they sort of adhere to their own projection of what needs to happen, we're not there. 5.8 is what they have for Q3, the Atlanta Fed. We'll see if it sticks. Steve Leisman, Nancy Lazar, great to have you on, Nancy. Thanks so much for your time to both of you. We appreciate it. And a very big week coming. Steve, rest up. Next week is going to be a very busy one. It's Jackson Hole. Steve
Jackson's
will be out there interviewing
Hole.
Philly Fed President Patrick Harker on Thursday, among others.
right,
And of course,
let's
we look
see
forward
here.
to Chair Powell's speech. Now let's shift to China, where the country's central bank has been stepping up support for its currency this week as the yuan falls to its lowest level against the U.S. dollar since 2007. It comes as some are even fearing a
Jackson's
Lehman
Hole.
moment in the country's financial system.
Wait,
The
is this
fundamentals
still
look worse
reloading?
and worse. Earlier this week, the country stopped releasing youth unemployment figures, announced a second rate cut in 3 months. Meantime, Chinese property giant Evergrande filing for Chapter 15 bankruptcy protection in a U.S. court last night as the property sector remains a primary concern. But my next guest says, take a deep breath, exhale. The concerns are all a bit overstated. For more, let's bring in Nicholas Lardy, Senior Fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics. All right, Nicholas, welcome. And give me some context here. What's your reaction when you see things like China heading into a possible Lehman moment here?
Well, I think it's a bit
Look at it
overdone.
holding
They had,
on the top side of this
6.3%
range.
growth, in the second
Bang,
quarter.
bang,
And I think
bang,
the
bang.
economy is doing reasonably well. They have some difficulties coming out of the COVID recession,
That's
but
not good.
there are a lot of positives here. Imports are growing much more strongly
All
than
right,
they
this
were
was the
a year
level
ago,
that
which
set the SPY
suggests,
separated itself.
underlying demand is bigger than a lot of people are saying. People are talking about deflation, but if you
put a
strip
head and
out food prices,
I don't know.
Consumer price inflation in July was actually up at a substantially higher rate than in June. So a lot of the things that people are pointing to could develop, but I think at the moment it's premature to think that a Lehman moment is around the corner.
Yeah.
You know, the bankrupt property company, they started defaulting on their bonds 2 years ago. This is old news. It's nothing new. They've had a significant property correction for more than 2 years now. It has slowed down the economy, but I don't think it's going to collapse the financials.
Let me show. I always feel like the currency is a little bit of an objective judge or arbiter of this situation, and certainly in countries like Russia and Argentina, that's been especially true lately. But if we can show China's currency chart over maybe the past 15 years or so, what we're seeing today does look like an important move towards that trend. So there it is, 7.3.
blessed.
So we're not quite back to where we were in the
It
mid-2000s.
really is.
Obviously, that was a different story, but we're starting to break out of this recent range again. Flip this around. That means it's weakening. They have to intervene. They
Jerry
seem to be
Fragrance, to
stepping.
build up the confidence for me to keep doing these things.
For the first time ever, Rough Rowdy will also be available to purchase on Ubloob. What do we got here?
Today's
Brian, I should understand no reason to buy when the SPY is below a declining 5. No reason to buy when the SPY is declining behind the 5. Still below the declining 5. Yeah, we know. We know, Brian.
special episode. Today is from somebody very special and near and dear to my heart.
All right, so there we go. This looks like it's time to start thinking about some thinking about. All right. Man, there's a really nice opportunity here to be had if it works, if it works, if it works. 94.75. 94.75. 94.75. It's pretty crazy. You're getting to the lows of 2008, 2009. It's pretty nuts. It's pretty crazy. Alright, and I think that, like I said, guys, I felt like Tesla was starting to roll over, and it looks like the SPY is starting to do the same thing. Alright, so be prepared. Never mind. Was it Nvidia? Nope, it's not Nvidia. God damn it. Nvidia's already back up to its fucking 50-day. Alright, so there's a nice resistance. Alright, there's 38.2 fib. RSI is low. And there's the break. There she blows. All right, we got Power Hour. Alright, I'm going to go set up a live for later. Guys, I don't think I've ever had a nearly 80% or something go 100% in one candle. In one flipping candle. What was it? Do you guys remember? Was it NVIDIA? Tesla? Tesla, right? I don't even know what the hell we traded. I was so tired this morning, guys. I was so tired. It's been a long week. Just getting 3-4 hours of sleep every night gets to you after a little while. So we are going to have a video out later on. We'll have a video for, it was AMD maybe? No. Holy shit. I gotta go. Now I gotta go on my broker and look because I forget. I'm gonna have a live tonight. I'll just do a small one, I guess. Let me see here. But this weekend and tonight, I'm gonna take all this stuff. I'm gonna move it over. Thank you guys for the likes. Thank you guys for the subscribes. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. It really is. You guys have no idea. Great day today. I don't think I've ever had a one candle 100% trade in one candle. I don't think I've had it before. The long on NVIDIA would have worked. Unfortunately, I did not take it. Oh, right here. I think it was that. I can't even remember what we got shorter. Did we just stay short NVIDIA? Yeah, right here. Off the 9 EMA, I'm pretty sure. In the low of the day. Low of day, 9 EMA. That's why I took that short. We have a few minutes. I will stay on. In case something happens, it gets a little frisky towards the end. I am really upset that I was not able to take NVIDIA long. I should have taken this long. I was kind of just patient, and she went right up to yesterday's close, didn't she? 2 days ago. No, yeah, close from 2 days ago. Wednesday's close. Wow. Alright. Yeah, Thursday's close. There's the 50-day. There's another rejection off that 50-day, guys. Alright. I can get rid of this Fibonacci, I think. Let me just see where my 23.6 and stuff is. Alright, 23. Okay, 32. I hope you guys are able to have a great day. This is one of the reasons why I say don't rush into trades and let the market find its footing. You know, obviously I traded really early today. I was trading at 9:45 or so. Now the trend has broken. The trend is broken. You have broken that trend. That's actually a head and shoulders. You come back up, boop, might get a little gap down. That's actually pretty crazy. I don't think I've ever seen something like that. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. 416, 435. I don't know. I hope you guys had a great day. I hope you guys were able to benefit from any of this stuff today. It did happen kind of fast. Right? It did happen kind of fast. I'll have to go back and watch. I'm going to go back and watch and see how, if I was able, you know, I'm pretty sure I told you guys what my thoughts were and stuff like that. I didn't just say, oh, I'm short. All right. I do got to start writing it down in the comment section so I can help you guys. So if somebody is in a predicament where they, you know, you don't want somebody just to be able to rely on hearing something because of service or, you know, something. So I got to write that stuff down in the comment section. So I'm going to work on that this weekend, getting everything straight. I got a nice little cool couple things that I'm going to do for the stream. We're going to have I'm going to work on having the coming across the top of the screen or whatever. We can have different tickers that we want to put in, whatever you guys want. It'll have like the SPY, the Qs, obviously Tesla, Nvidia, Apple, and it'll just scroll across the screen and it'll have the percentage, whether they're up or down. So, I'm going to be working on that. I have the videos that we're going to put out, like some educational focused, like, entries. Working on those entries. So, I'm still tired, but got a little nap. I was really, really, really tired today. Really tired. It was just all catching up. Oh, shoot. Palo Alto, guys. That's right. They decided to do their earnings on Friday, and they are up. And they usually don't do earnings on Fridays because the markets close early. And they don't like to, it's just not normal for people to do them on Fridays at all. But yeah, Palo Alto has earnings. Just watch out because they don't do it for a good reason. Now remember a little while ago, Microsoft said they're going to start probably doing their own. And that's going to mess them up because that's who they use to be able to, that's who they use, that's the main, it's one of the main computer sources and companies that they need and they, their product is used for, which is Microsoft, right? All right, so here I go talking without the mic on. I was saying it would not make sense, or the thing you want to think about is, playing options and having a whole weekend of theta or time decay, right? Time decay is going to get you. So it was a great week, guys. I am so thankful for this week. We killed it. 20% trade this morning. 100% trade this morning. Mine was like, I don't even know what mine was, 70%. I got paid nice, and that's even with the, whatchamacallit, the bad fill. I should have put a limit order on it, but I sensed that things were not so bearish, right? I sensed that things weren't so bearish, so I had to boot, scoot, and boogie and just get what I could get, right? I'm still kicking myself in the ARS, my ARS, or my ass, ASS. I'm still kicking myself in the butt for not getting long this. I said to myself I wanted to get long, you know, as comments in chat said, they were cheap. You know, it's, what are you going to do? Sometimes you got to just put it on. You just put on the position because it makes sense for whatever reason. You know, that's another fail to get above the 50-day, it looks like. Nvidia has earnings. And that was the other reason, because we had a gap fill up here, but we had this 50-day. Alright, so not much on the sell side, guys. That was the market on closing balance. I don't know what he said. He said 276 million or 776 million, something like that. I think it was 200 million to the sell side. So not much. They've done solid all they had. Nvidia, I think, has earnings next week, guys. So we got our technical bounce today. I want to see if and how this starts to play out. Because I want to know if we start to come down on the S&Ps, and is Tesla still weak today? I'm just curious if anybody knows if it was or wasn't. Let me look. Because I told you guys yesterday that I felt like there was... Look, we're putting in another cup and handle. Isn't that funny? We're going to pull it back. Next week, I want to see 445, 444. I want to see it. I want to see us bounce right back to that 50-day. And then we take the long. I still got to work on... man, I got so much work I got to do. I got so much work. Where in the hell? Alright. So, Tesla. Alright, Tesla has not made a new low today. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Alright, so Tesla just retested its 50-day. Alright, Tesla retested its 50-day. Alright, that's a bounce right back up to it. Oh, god damn it. That's Nvidia. Come on. I don't know what the heck is wrong with me right now. I mean, I know what it is. I'm tired. So, to put it in perspective to you guys, that double top that Nvidia put in and rolled itself all the way over. Do you remember that, guys? Right here. From $300 to 103. 100. That was a $200 sell-off. That was huge. All right. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it looks like we're doing it again. Looks like we're doing it again. Alright, so we're going to study that this weekend. He had a little back and forth action, but for the most part, stayed bearish. So I think that's what I might do. More importantly, when it's over, right? It's so important that you guys know this. Like, know what to look for. Being able to spot, like, what... Like, how do you catch a trend reversal? Right? Catching a trend reversal. I was long on this day, guys. I was long here. There were some pretty clear signs. And once I seen that volume just kick off from the gate, like, from the... It was like... I don't know. It had to be like 9:45, 10 o'clock. I could tell that I was starting to catch on that there was a reversal coming. And boy, if there wasn't ever. With that gap down. And I'll have a video on that. Because there's a lot to it. There's steps you follow. Right? Gap down being one of them. So... We got a couple minutes till we close. Turns out... this was the trade to be in today. Nvidia, or to the long side, was the trade to be in. We do have a couple minutes. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee so I can get this live stream started, this Friday video. Ooh-ah. It looks like the retest there.
Unions had the workers in the United States workers. They're going to be fired, God forbid, if there's a downturn in the economy. And that's the last thing Jay Powell wants. We already have unemployment tipping up a little bit, claims almost to 250. The last non-farm payroll was, pretty much in line, but
I've been talking about this.
100,000, under 100,000.
Been talking about the unemployment rate.
Non-farm payroll employment print under 100,000. They're going to be in the easing camp pretty quick.
Do you need mega cap tech to stop going down to stabilize, or do you say it doesn't matter as much because there's something else to pick up the slack? How do you view that? Because it's undeniably one of the reasons why we're even having this conversation, why the S&P is down 5.5% this month,
and the Nasdaq's down 6-7%. Tesla's down 22%. I mean, that's a big move in 1 month, right?
Well, so, Apple's down 11.5, right? These stocks matter a lot. They matter on the way up.
Yeah.
They sure as heck matter on the way down.
Yep. Well, we have the last 13 hours we had Dan Loeb pile into AI-related stocks. David Tepper went all in as well. So I think that that's a longer-term story that's going to play out, not just till the end of the year. That's going to play out over the next 5 years, 10 years, and that's a major story that I don't think is getting a lot of credit. But those stocks obviously were kind of everybody piled in at once. They've come off, and I think that towards the end of the year, we're going to end higher than we are right now. And I think even at the end of the month of August, we should end higher than where we are right now.
Oh, we'll make that the last word. John Spallanzani, thank you.
Thank you,
It's good to see you. All right.
Appreciate it.
Up next, we're tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close on this Friday. Christina Partsinevelos is standing by with that. Christina.
Outback Steakhouse catching the eye of not only some steak lovers, but an activist investor who believes the parent company's shares are undervalued. Stay tuned for more to chew on. It's Friday.
Who goes to Outback? I'm just curious. Like, wouldn't you go to, like, Lone Star or, like, Texas Roadhouse and stuff like that? Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm wrong. Right? Maybe I'm the one who doesn't know, but I tell you what, man, Longhorn, oh my gosh, that's so good. It's so good. It's better than Texas. Well, they all have their things. Like, Longhorn to me is like a little more upscale than Texas Roadhouse. But, if we're not talking like real steakhouses, so yeah, I don't know. I think steakhouses have a big thing coming to them here in the near future too. That's the place to be. There's a place around me. It's one of my favorite places, Firebirds, and it's good. It's really good. I enjoy it. I like it. Good quality meats. That's what she said. Sorry, I have to. Every time that's just The Office talking there. Michael Scarn. Alright, so what I was wanting to do was look at this and see if there was any type of setup that I could, kind of see for next week. I don't think we have much data that comes out. We do have Jackson Hole, so that'll be pretty big for next week. You guys have a great week. I will end this stream here in a little bit after the market closes. I'll leave CNBC on for the few that would like to watch it or see it that are, who knows, maybe out and about, maybe not at home. So I'm going to go make some coffee and start working on some of these videos.
About 15 to go before the close. Let's get back to Christina Partsinevelos with a look at the stocks that she is watching. Christina.
Well, I'm watching Deere right now because it's sinking despite beating estimates on both earnings per share and revenue. The farm equipment maker also raised its full-year guidance and said its order books remain robust, but the stock is down on concerns that sales could be slower going forward, especially as used equipment inventories rise. Deere shares are down 5.5% right now. And Outback Steakhouse parent Blooming Brands is higher today as activist firm Starboard Value reveals that it has taken a nearly 10% stake in the company. Starboard's filing didn't really include any details on what they're pushing for at the company, but sources tell CNBC that the fund views Blooming Brands shares as undervalued and plans to hold a meaty dialogue with management about the company. Shares of Bloomin' up 8%. Scott.
All right, Christina, thank you. Christina Partsinevelos. Last chance to weigh in on our question of the day. We asked, will NVIDIA earnings be a sell the news event like some suggest it could? Head to @CNBC Closing Bell on X. The results are just after this break.
Look at that. Now that's rippy right there. Jadeveon Clowney, yeah, the Ravens signed Clowney, yeah. He's, yeah, that's cool. It's so funny what made him, what made Jadeveon Clowney famous. If Jadeveon Clowney never did what happened never happened, he would have never been in the NFL. I can't say that he would have never been in the NFL. I assure you, he would have not had the name he had for himself. When he hit that boy in college and his helmet flew off his head. I'm serious. That's what... Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew anything about him. Right? Nobody knew nothing about Jadeveon Clowney. And that video that surfaced when he hit that boy and his fucking helmet flew off his head, everybody knew who he was. Right? That got him his contract. So, it's funny how some things happen. You know, there's a lot of luck and destiny, but, you know, sometimes things happen and they set you up for the rest of your life, you know. So, that's crazy. What's even crazier is I'm not in these NVIDIA calls right now that I was so wanting to take. I walked outside and I looked at that gap fill and I was like, yeah, let's see if we can go get up to that gap fill. And it's all good. That's kind of being greedy. It's like, that's how you don't overtrade and stuff like that. Who's to say there wouldn't have been a reversal? That's why I don't like talking like that, because who's to say if this chart pattern is completely different, right? What if we just had still a ton of rejection and a ton of sellers up there, but I don't know. I just don't. So we know rates, at least when I looked earlier,
the
have
markets
stopped.
here because we are green across the board, including the
Well,
Nasdaq.
they're just
Look
hanging
at
out.
that, down at the bottom of your screen. Now positive, albeit slightly, but it's been red all day. And now the Dow Jones Industrial Average is at pretty much its highs of the day, up 83. 0.25%. S&P 500 is green as well. Now, the results of our question of the day. We want to know, will NVIDIA earnings be a sell the news event? The majority of you said yes, so maybe sentiment's turned a bit about one of the biggest stocks in the market. 57.5% of you say yes, it will. Well, we shall see. Up next, speaking of earnings, your earnings setup for Palo Alto, that Friday night earnings report. It's just a few minutes away. We'll give you a rundown of what to expect, and it's another big week of earnings ahead. Retail is front and center once again. We'll tell you the key names you need to be watching, what's at stake for that sector, and the markets at large. We'll do it after the break. That and much more when we take you inside the market zone.
So that is rates. They're trying to hold. Sorry. Oh, that's the 2-year. That is the 2-year. I need to know which one I'm looking at.
Market on close and balance, $2.5 billion on the buy side.
$2.5 billion on the buy side. Market on close and balance. So you know what that means. We should pull back. We should pull back. All right. Let's see here. That long. Oh, shoot. Again, I hope you guys had a great day. We had a huge day today. Huge day today. I didn't last long. It's been a sleepless week. Again, it's just me here that does it. If you guys are just tuning in or new to the stream, if you could hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We put out a lot of educational content for free. We trade right here live for free. YouTube.com, Ivy League Trading. IvyLeagueTradingYouTube.com. I'm trying to figure out if I think we're going to get a gap up or not. Right? I don't know. I think we might just kind of open where we are. Because now we're still going to find ourselves in this range from yesterday's close. It's hard to say. That was a nice last little push. I hope you guys had a great week. Guys, there has been a ton of opportunity in these markets. And if you're new, I would suggest commenting like that you're new and like not sure how long you guys have been doing this, but really try and figure out what is it that you're not either seeing, doing to be able to take advantage of these. These moves are, I can almost assure you that it's not going to be here. There's going to be a time when it's not here anymore. We might have a little bit, we have a little more time, but there's going to come a time when the markets aren't this volatile. And you're not getting 100% in one candle.
All right, we're now in the closing bell.
I couldn't believe that.
CNBC senior markets
commentator
Mike Santoli is here to break down the crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, Courtney Reagan on 2 retail movers today and what to expect from another busy week of retail earnings in the week ahead. And Christina Partsenevelos on what to watch out for. Palo Alto's release. We've talked a lot about it. It's coming in $4
candle right there,
to say the least. Mike Santoli, though, how about this move late in the day? Getting a little green across the board.
So
at least
the thing is, I would not get excited because we have. I would wait to get excited on this move until we at least take back half a Thursday. I would not get excited at all. I wouldn't get excited until you start closing back up here at 439.
It goes a relatively long way after we've gotten just slightly oversold in stock. Still not the broadest rally, but I do think it makes sense that we're able to at least find a little bit of footing. We do have options expiration today. Maybe that does clean up positioning a little bit going into next week.
All right, and Courtney Reagan, speaking of next week, What about the two retail movers today? Give me that first, and then we can look ahead to what's at stake next week.
Yeah, so two retail movers with very different businesses moving in very different directions. So Ross Stores did report the results after the bell. So today was the first day of trading that we got to react to it. And really, it was very strong across the board. This is an off-price retailer, so it has a model like a TJX, and it reported much stronger than expected results. It upped its guidance, but a number of analysts actually think it might even be conservative with its guidance.
I wonder what
And
they're
it just
doing at
goes
the
to show you
NASDAQ.
that sometimes you can sell discretionary goods if you've got them at a value proposition, and consumers will be interested. On the flip side, you've got shares of Farfetch absolutely tanking. So this is an online marketplace for luxury goods. You want to see profitability in any company that you invest in, right? And so that bar has gotten higher and higher and higher for some of these online e-commerce. You used to be formerly sort of startup names. They were not able to put up profitability. Their revenue projections going forward are dour, to say the least. Analysts are even a little confused on the business model, even as the executives are talking about making things more efficient going forward. Obviously, investors just are not convinced today.
Yeah. So let's take from today to next week. What should we be watching for most, you think, next week?
Oh my gosh, Scott, we have so many names reporting next week, and so many of them lean heavily in apparel or in these discretionary goods that have been soft for companies that have lots of different categories. And so I think the way that you operate, the way that you execute is really going to define the winners from the losers, because we know that you've got to give consumers an awful lot of incentive to buy these type of goods right now. And so I'm really watching to see if any of these players can do that. I'm talking about Nordstrom and Kohl's and Macy's and Abercrombie, Dick's Sporting Goods and Foot Locker.
If you don't know, this is where they go to for an IPO. When a company uplists and they start trading for the very first time at 11:30, 12 o'clock.
Focus on smaller projects, less
post
on those,
6.
tackling those really big, expensive projects in the home space as rates obviously continue to move higher. So we'll see what we get.
All right, yes, we will. Appreciate it. Courtney,
Thanks.
Thank you. Courtney Reagan. All right, what will we get from Palo Alto Networks? Christina Partsinevelos, that is the biggest wild card question of this day.
Which is great, because that means people are going to be tuning into CNBC and us breaking the earnings. But let's talk about the stock. It was down roughly 18% since announcing a Friday afternoon session on August 2nd. And also, don't forget, a 2-hour earnings conference call and a one-on-one sell-side chat if any of these analysts need clarification. Of course, there is speculation that the company could be hiding something bad, since attention tends to dissipate on Friday summer afternoons, but not today, folks. There are other factors, though, that could be at play in the recent stock drop. Firstly, Palo Alto was added to the S&P 500 on June 20th, replacing Dish. It jumped 7% that day, so maybe it's coming down from that. Secondly, Microsoft announced it would expand its cybersecurity offerings, which won't really affect this quarter or even maybe the next quarter, but could have long-term ramifications for Palo Alto, which is why Palo Alto shares fell when that news came out. Lastly, competitor Fortinet's earnings were weak, and they guided lower on customer billings, which is a key metric for these cybersecurity firms, possibly setting a lower bar for tonight's earnings. But the negativity, Scott, could be a little overblown. In Palo Alto's press release that I was just checking out earlier today, they did say they would provide a full year 2024 guidance and update medium-term financial goals through 2026. So maybe they're being considerate to analysts, giving them some time to update their models.
Well,
Maybe.
I can't wait. I cannot wait to overtime to find out exactly what this is.
Are you going to stay tuned up until, like, past 5 o'clock on a Friday?
Sure. I'll be watching.
I'm trying to see your expression right now. Okay.
You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it.
Everybody else, please stay tuned. That's what we want to know.
There you
All
go.
right.
Thank you. All right. Christina, thank you very much. Christina Partsinevelos. Back to Mike Santoli. We're talking earnings. I can't help but look to next week, Mike, and think of NVIDIA. The 2-minute warning just went off here, so we're still green, at least on the Dow. S&P's gone negative. NASDAQ looks like it's tracking negative now, too. But it all sets up for NVIDIA next week. Your thoughts?
It does. I wish there were a way to handicap this in any way whatsoever. When we were a few weeks ago saying, hey, we got to look ahead to Apple and Microsoft, both those had just fine numbers. There was really nothing wrong with the earnings. And yet, they both traded terribly often. So this is when the market will show its hand as to whether it has too many eggs in that one basket of NVIDIA and we'll see how it breaks from there. I don't think that people are as far out on a limb, super bullish in the short term on the stock as they had been a little while ago. So if one of the jobs of this pullback has been to moderate sentiment, get valuations off the nosebleed levels, it's started to happen. So we'll see how that if that continues into the report.
So we're going to look ahead, Mike. 6 o'clock tonight, of course, you and Josh Brown.
All right, right where I figured, guys. We're still in this range.
What kinds of things
tomorrow in the futures, really, if we do not get back up above that area, I'm going to look for a gap down on I'm going to look for a bit of a pullback. But we have made some progress today by climbing back up to yesterday's close. Now is the next climb. Do we start to like turn this 437 into support? That's going to be key. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. If you could hit that like button if you haven't already done so, it greatly appreciates the channel. We greatly appreciate it, but it really helps the channel. I'm hoping to be able to get some financial advisors on here and some people that are in the business to help bring you guys some education for free. Right? That's my ultimate goal here, is to be able to help you guys. I help you guys. Maybe you guys help me get some likes to, get this thing going. So. Really appreciate it. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Have a great rest of your weekend. We're going to be having those videos out that we've talked about. We'll have a recap of the week and what we want to look for going into next week. So you guys have a great weekend. I will see you guys later tonight or tomorrow.
That is the scorecard on Wall Street. The action, though, is just getting started. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime. I'm Morgan Brennan. John Fort is off today. A rare Friday afternoon earnings release is coming your way.
We do have Palo Alto, so stay tuned. They've already dumped it.
We'll bring you the numbers as soon as they cross. And later, California real estate mogul Rick Caruso joins us with his read on the commercial property market as rising rates raise some red flags for investors and developers, as insights on retail, too. But first, let's begin with our market panel as we cap off a rough week on Wall Street. Joining us now is Citi U.S. equity strategist Scott Kronert. Scott, great to have you on. Your thoughts about the market at this level right now?
So we recently raised our target from a longstanding 4,000 up to 4,600. The view was at that point that we had to price in or acknowledge the soft landing possibility increasing. At the same time, we were busy raising earnings estimates for the balance of this year for the S&P and out to the balance of 24 as well. So from our perspective, we've been in the mode for the past month or so of looking for a pullback to be more aggressive in. We're kind of laying out 4,300 as a range where we get more constructive on the on a new entry point for the S&P.
Okay, we're still above that 43.71. It looks like here we finished the day just under a point higher for the S&P. What do you get constructive on when we start hitting those levels? The market more broadly, or are there specific sectors?
So the way it's going to play out, we've been saying for a while now, we're very comfortable with the growth side of the ledger longer term. We do think there's a new driver in town via AI, but we're looking for pullbacks to buy into. So we've been saying, look for pullbacks on growth, put new money to work on cyclicals. That's more or less played out as this soft landing discussion has taken hold here. As we pull back, I think we're going to be much more balanced in how we see the opportunity setting up. The framework here very simply is fundamentals are getting better in our view. You round trip the move off of the late May rally in the S&P, which was a combination of growth and AI promise, along with an economic sensitive push on soft landing, and your risk reward just sets up, in our view, much more constructively for the